Great. Welcome, everyone, to the Delta Stewardship Council November 21, 2019 meeting. Let's start with establishing a quorum with Judge Damerel on my right.
Gatto here.
Tatayan here.
Villegas here.
And we are expecting Randy Fiorini in about an hour, and Ken might be having difficulty finding the location.
Location says Halyard Way, this is Halyard Drive. So it's a little confusing for those of us not from.
Yeah. Google Maps might not get you here quick. Yeah. Oops, oh no, okay. Well, we have a quorum, so on to agenda item 3, adoption of the October 24 meeting summary. Okay, moved by Judge Damerel, seconded by Councilmember Gatto. Let's start with the vote.
Gatto, aye.
Marani and I.
Tatayan, aye.
Villegas, aye.
And meeting summary adopted. Now on to agenda item 4, adoption of the October 25 council retreat meeting summary.
Move for adoption.
Second.
Moved by Gatto, seconded by Maranian. Let's vote, starting with Judge Damerel.
Gatto, aye.
Marani and I.
Tatayan, aye.
Villegas, aye.
Now on to the chair's report. I just want to highlight that we had a very good Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee meeting. The discussion was invigorating and how do I put this? Quite engaging. Oh, here's Ken. Welcome, Ken. So the second item on the DPIC agenda was a discussion of the federal biological opinions, the updated portion of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, the water resilience portfolio, and the voluntary agreements. And the third major item was the science funding initiative. So I'd like to ask Amanda Bowl, who helps get us organized for DPIC, keeps track of everything at DPIC, and is just wonderful at interacting with all the leaders at DPIC and getting us to the table. So Amanda, take it away.
Great. Thanks, Chair Tatayan, and good morning, council members. So we had a DPIC meeting just over 2 weeks ago on November 4th, and we had 3 major agenda items. The first one was a discussion of shared objectives regarding the revised biological opinions, the voluntary agreements, the update to the Bay Delta Plan, and the water resilience portfolio. And so we had a really good and robust conversation about what that is, if there's value in identifying those shared objectives, and then also is there value in talking about kind of what are some maybe shared implementation actions around that. So I think that's a conversation that's going to continue through DPIC, and I'm sure in other venues as well, especially as these various processes continue. The water resilience portfolio, we're expecting, I think, a public draft in the next few weeks, and so we'll all be able to look at that. And then the voluntary agreements are a continuing conversation from amongst many of our sister agencies. The second agenda item, as Chair Tatayan mentioned, was the Science Funding and Governance Initiative. As I think I've reported at previous council meetings, this is a project that has been we've been working on for the past almost 2 years now. At the April DPIC meeting, the DPIC members endorsed the Science Funding White Paper, which identified a number of recommendations for increasing science funding. And so at this November 4th meeting, we presented to DPIC a series of actions to start implementing those recommendations. So we had a robust discussion around that and what that meant. We presented, there were a suite of actions that were recommended, but we really identified kind of 3 foundational ones, prioritized 3 foundational ones to really focus on for the next year and a half or so. And DPIC endorsed those. And so those are, really trying to start implementing a Delta cross-cut budget so that we really have a clear understanding from year to year about how we're spending our science funding. Updating the Science Action Agenda, which is a project of the Delta Science Plan and the Greater Science, our Delta Science Program and the Greater Science Community. And so we'll be working with the Science Program on that, supporting that, asking for DPIC member agency engagement in that, and then also trying to start teasing out what are some kind of larger management questions to kind of help guide our work along those lines. And then finally, the development and the implementation of a science needs assessment workshop. And this came at the request of the Delta Independent Science Board, and so we'll be working very closely with them to do that. And we are we're planning that workshop to be in late April. And as the planning for that continues, I'll make sure that the council is updated and aware of those dates. And then the final agenda item was a series of lightning updates, which is something we hadn't done before. We have historically at DPIC presented updates on science efforts, but this time there were a number of things we really needed to update the DPIC members on. And so we focused on a few things that they've heard from before, and some of these are items that the DPIC agencies and DPIC as a whole has endorsed. That we work on as a science community. So we had an update from Campbell Ingram, the executive officer of the Delta Conservancy, on subsidence and the efforts that the Conservancy is currently undergoing around subsidence reversal. We had someone from the Bureau of Reclamation to update us on efforts around structured decision making. And then we had 4 updates from council staff around a number of initiatives that we've been coordinating. One around integrated modeling, which again has been a Delta science community-wide effort, but it's something that the council and the science program have really taken a leadership role in. Also had an update on the social science task force. They've been working for the past year to identify ways to better integrate social science into the work we're doing, and we're expecting a report from them in the next month. So we wanted to update the DPIC members on those efforts. Karen Kafetz, who was before you all at the last council meeting and presented on the 2015 drought barrier. She presented that as well. It was also very, very well received, and there were a lot of questions around that. And then finally, Jeff Henderson provided an update on, or provided kind of an overview on Delta Plan performance measures, and really tried to demonstrate how the performance measures relate to the work going on across the Delta, and in particular, how some of the performance measures relate to the water resilience portfolio and the voluntary agreements. So a lot of good conversation and presentations at the DPIC meeting. And I'll just end just noting that we have set the dates for 2020. We're going to be having, at this point, we're planning on 3 DPIC meetings in 2020. And we'll make sure that those get on your calendars in case you're interested in joining us. And we are kind of figuring out exactly how we're going to be focusing DPIC efforts for 2020, but do anticipate that a lot of our efforts and energy will be focusing on implementation of the science funding and governance actions. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Ken?
Yep. Apologize to my fellow council members from being late. This was a little further away than I had thought. Right around the time of the DPIC meeting, the Resources Secretary was starting to talk about the need to streamline restoration permitting and the issue of green tape, and that seemed to be, pushed out there as a priority. I'm just wondering, was that discussed at DPIC, or because you've got all the permitting agencies there, or is that something you think, or the chair thinks is going to be put in front of them?
Yeah, it's something that has been on our radar, and something that we're kind of working on a bit behind the scenes currently. Historically DPIC has been a venue to help with the implementation of, in particular, the eco-restore projects. And there has been a call from a couple of DPIC members to form kind of an informal restoration subgroup or subcommittee to start focusing on this. We are, talking kind of, very casually with many of these members to just kind of see what's right. How should we be pursuing this? What should we be doing? So it is something that is absolutely on our radar and on many of the DPIC agencies' radar. And we do anticipate that those conversations to continue probably for some time, but I think we definitely will be discussing and thinking about that and meeting with many of our member agencies in the coming months around that. Yeah.
I think with ecosystem amendment coming out, and I think streamlining permitting is something we've kind of promoted, that this should be something that rises as a priority for all of us who are trying to implement those restoration projects.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if we've got the administration's support to get this done quicker.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council members? No. Is there any public comment on this item? Not that I see. Okay. Well, thank you, Amanda. So on to agenda item 6, Executive Officers Report. Oh, Jessica's reminding me that I had the privilege, along with Vice Chair Randy Fiorini, to take part in the Clarksburg Schoolhouse move. Oh, and it was quite the experience. They took a gigantic schoolhouse. I think it's maybe, I don't know, 100 feet long and at least 30 feet wide, put it on some dollies, and moved it, I think, 4 blocks from one end of Clarksburg to more central Clarksburg. And that was Tuesday. Pretty amazing. And beautiful morning. The Delta Stewardship Council partnered with others to help fund the move and the restoration of the schoolhouse. Wow. And I think, looking at Jessica Law, the Delta Protection Commission also was a major contributor. So, yeah, thanks for the reminder, Jessica.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, and I just wanted to add that I think Vice Chair Fiorini took some photos that we hope to push out on social media soon so that you can see it for yourself. It's pretty amazing, historic day for the town, absolutely. So good morning, and I want to express my thanks to Campbell Ingram and the Delta Conservancy for hosting us here at your boardroom. Really appreciate that. Just a few logistical items there for the people in the room. There's an exit behind the council table here. There's also an exit there, and there are keys for the bathroom that are located on the wall back there. The bathroom is outside of the agency to your left. So first up, I'd like to call up Deputy Executive Officer Jeff Henderson and Assistant Planning Director Harriet Ross, who are going to update you on the council's efforts to assess climate change vulnerability in the Delta. They're going to present on the project's objectives, key milestones, and next steps.
Good morning, Chair Tatayan, members of the council. If you recall, our project team came and gave you an overview on the council's climate change vulnerability assessment and adaptation strategy back in February. And today I'm here to give you an update on that process. Specifically, we'll be going over the study objectives, describing where we are in the process, reviewing some of the key milestones we've achieved, reviewing the technical approach, and talking a little bit about the project input and development that we've already received. So going over the study objectives, there really are 4 main ones. We're really looking to inform future Delta Plan amendments and implementation, help the state prioritize future actions and investments, provide a toolkit of information for local governments to use in their regulatory documents, and serve as a framework to be built upon by the council and others in the future. So though our process and project are quite comprehensive, we are not able to look at everything. We really see this as a starting point. We're using models and tools that are existing and easily updatable so they can be used by other agencies, and our approaches are replicable. So there are 7 main steps we've categorized as part of our vulnerability assessment and adaptation strategy process. Steps 1 through 4 in dark blue really represent the phase 1 of the vulnerability assessment itself. And we're at step 3 where we're ready to assess the vulnerability of those critical assets. Steps 5 through 7 represent phase 2, our preparation of the adaptation strategy, and that will culminate in an adaptation plan itself. Some of the key milestones that we've achieved so far is we've prepared a draft set of resilience goals. We've synthesized the existing studies. There's many studies out there. And we've also defined the approach to the analysis, which I'll describe in more detail in a bit. We took the draft resilience goals to the council and had a discussion about that back in February. It's also a handout in your binder, I believe. It covers these 5 main topics: water, environment, society and equity, economy, and governance. And these resilience goals really stem from the Council's co-equal goals itself, as well as the Delta Plan and the Delta Reform Act. And we're really using these goals to help us focus our study, as well as it really is guiding our work as we begin to think about adaptation. So we've been working over the last several months with our technical advisory committee to define the technical approach to the vulnerability assessment itself. So for flooding in particular, we're looking at a combination of sea level rise from the bay and the flows, the in-stream flows from the rivers. And we're taking into account the shifts in precipitation that are expected. We are looking at the failure from levee overtopping only, and we're analyzing a range of sea level rise scenarios up to 10 feet in combination with the full range of delta inflows from the rivers. Now, for water supply, we've been working very closely with the State Water Board and DWR in this analysis. In fact, we're building upon DWR's existing model that they used to prepare their own vulnerability assessment that was published earlier this year. So we'll be expanding that analysis to look from 18 inches to up to 24 inches of sea level rise, as well as more extreme years of wet and dry conditions. Now, for the ecosystem analysis, we're obviously building upon the ecosystem amendment and what was done for that. Here, we're specifically looking at the vulnerability of ecosystems on islands that are subject to flooding and within the channel. We're also looking at wetlands and the ability to adapt to changing sea levels. And we're also looking at the vulnerability of those ecosystems in current and planned restoration projects. We're also looking at assessing our ability to manage the changes in temperature and salinity and those impacts on the aquatic habitat. Oops. Okay, for economics, we're using flooding maps to inform the asset exposure. We're looking at a range of scenarios, 6 to 8 specifically. And the results will determine the economic loss of those assets and even the regional economic impacts. So we'll be able to compare a rough estimate of the total economic loss, estimated, of course, under and across each of those scenarios. And those findings will help us identify the focal points for the adaptation strategy. We're also taking a deeper dive into vulnerable communities. We're identifying preliminary focus areas to look at using state databases. We'll be working with stakeholders, and we're in the process of establishing relationships with community-based organizations to really help us identify some additional indicators to consider in our definition of vulnerable communities in the Delta. We're also engaging with these stakeholders and members of the CBOs to help us review the findings and analysis of the vulnerable communities. There are multiple engagements, opportunities for this vulnerability assessment. One of them is through the stakeholder work group that we've created earlier in the summer. And this work group is made up of representatives from the cities and counties and regional agencies represented in the Delta, as well as environmental groups and water districts. And their role is to help us promote the exchange of information between the members and across the stakeholder interests and with their constituents. We held our first stakeholder work group back in early October. We got a lot of good feedback, and we asked them a series of questions really to help us prepare a vulnerability assessment that would be utilized by other entities. And you can see the range of questions we asked in some of the responses. Another input or opportunity for input is through our technical advisory committee. We established this group, the TAC, beginning of the project, and their role is to really provide expert knowledge, documented review, and guidance on the methods that we're using for our study. So far they've provided advice from big picture to fine scale on our approach. And they have shared their data and tools that we're using in our analysis. So they've been very, very helpful. There's, of course, a number of other outreach opportunities through the council meetings themselves We're also looking to partner with existing agencies and groups that are undergoing their own processes related to vulnerability assessments and hoping to piggyback upon their existing meetings to provide updates to our project. We're holding small informal briefings with groups that have asked us for more information. And again, we're preparing our approach to the outreach to the vulnerable communities itself at this moment. So as I mentioned, we're knee-deep in preparing the draft vulnerability assessment at this moment. After a public review draft is available, we'll be reviewing those findings with the council. And the next step after that will be to finalize the vulnerability assessment and then to begin the adaptation strategy itself. So that concludes my update, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
For Harriet.
Madam Chair.
Oscar?
Harriet, on in your presentation, the resiliency goals back on page, well, anyhow, 3 or 4, I think it is. Can you expand at all on the governance goal? In terms of how
Yes.
that's,
And actually, in your packet, there's a full list of the enumerated goals that the council endorsed last year. So I think that
inside
following
the
along on
packet?
that may help add some detail here. I don't know if you have those in front of you. I could
Yeah.
read that off.
Yeah, I do.
this
Did
this
you?
morning, is that part of this? packet
It's
here?
in your blue
The
folder.
blue one that you
Yes.
just got? Very
On the
good.
back of that, I think.
Got
Yeah,
it.
it's just
Oh,
2
very good.
pages. It's on
Got
the
it.
back.
Got
Do you
it.
see
Yep.
this?
Very good. Okay, I thought that was, I wanted to just make sure we're tracked, because I think we've seen drafts
Yeah.
of this before, so.
Yeah, there was a discussion at the February council meeting.
Exactly,
And they
okay.
haven't changed since then,
Got it,
though we
okay.
might modify them as we move forward with our
Okay,
analysis.
very good, thank you.
I think what might be helpful to get to Councilmember Villegas's question, though, is to talk a little bit more about what local government needs are for their own planning processes, and a little bit about what we heard at the stakeholder meeting about what are they going to get out of this.
Yeah, can I get back to the PowerPoint so I can? So in the PowerPoint, I have let's see. Slide 13. Okay, here we go. This might help.
I think that's a little bit unique about this project versus some of the other projects we do is, obviously, we're trying to influence the council's work here in Delta Plan and other state activities, but also trying to specifically partner with local agencies to make sure that this vulnerability assessment provides the kind of data that they are increasingly being required to put into their local plans.
Yeah, and that's exactly it, is that we want to make sure that, we do all this work and we want to make sure that the local governments will find it useful and be able to use it to update their regulatory documents. So, for example, the first question that we asked was, how does your organization plan to use the vulnerability assessment? And we received a broad range of responses, and that really includes from informing investments. We heard a lot about SB 379 compliance, which is a requirement for local agencies to address climate change, adaptation, and resiliency in their own regulatory documents. So we've heard a lot from locals wanting to use for the ones that have not done anything at all, to use that in our information to update their documents. We also heard about the use for our information for informing local policies. They want to compare to the existing analyses that they've themselves done, because a number of agencies have prepared their own vulnerability assessments. And so they want to see what we've done and how it's different from their findings.
Okay.
I have a question. I was waiting for you to say that because I'm just wondering that, the science that each of these agencies bring might not always agree. And
Right.
how do you reconcile that? It might be a question for you or John or, whoever is dealing with the science side of this.
Yeah, we're looking at the Delta comprehensively, whereas all of these other agencies are looking at it small within their own cities and counties and whatever they have authority over. So the methods can be different, and also our study is just much more comprehensive. Models change; everyone uses different models. However, with that said, I would assume that the deepest part of the Delta will flood, whether you look at it comprehensively or whether you look at it jurisdiction by jurisdiction.
I'll just add, I think the technical advisory committee is really an important part of the work too, that brings experts from a number of different agencies and from academia, so that there's never going to be complete unanimity on those issues, but at least to get the mix of inputs and to get some buy-in across the range of different kinds of models and other data sources that are being used.
So you feel that it's not very, it's not opposing opinions or science that comes to the table from the scientific standpoint?
I haven't heard, I mean, so I participated some with the technical advisory committee and their meetings, and I haven't heard that. I think there's been, slight differences of opinions of where you might want to put emphasis or other things, but I haven't heard
Thank you.
strong opposition.
I think where there's likely to be robust discussions is then what do you do about it, the adaptation strategy side, and what you don't want one-size-fits-all approaches, and so how can we add value in that process to make sure that locals are given the tools that they need and the options they need to figure out what works for them while also protecting the state's interests.
And that's where the action plan might differ, considering what agency it's coming from where they're looking at the issue, correct? I mean, what their priorities are versus all the stakeholders.
I think so. I mean, I think we'll be working with you to determine where the council wants to provide guidance versus where we want to allow more flexibility.
Thank you.
Ken?
Great presentation. Thank you. It's a lot to get your arms around, and you've got a lot going on. So I just have a couple of questions. One is on the stakeholder meeting summary, where the second bullet and the sub-bullet under there, how can the council prepare this document to maximize its effectiveness? The range of responses focus on and use statewide issues and guidance. So is that a desire among at least some stakeholders for some commonality, just like tell us how to look at this?
Correct. There's a number of statewide guidance put out by several state agencies that provide guidance on how to look at, sea level rise, for example, or vulnerability assessments in general, to how to address vulnerable communities and disadvantaged communities in these documents. So we are incorporating the statewide guidance where it makes sense and applicable to our study as well. And that's what they want, is that commonality so that other agencies can replicate our process. And because if we do use this guidance, then they'll be able to update theirs using that same guidance.
So the focus and use of statewide issues. So what statewide issues, I could take this as, well, you just deal with statewide issues, we're going to deal with local issues. What are those kind of statewide issues?
I think Councilmember Weinberg, one example is one that I think we've discussed in the past as well, which is when we're thinking about vulnerable communities and the impacts of water supply. It's an emphasis on don't just look at the Delta, consider the impacts of some of these issues that have statewide
That have
ramifications.
more broader things. So maybe, part of the answer to Councilmember Moranian is maybe they'll agree with us on some of these technical things because it gives them some validation, but maybe there's things where it's like, well, and that's a local prerogative versus what your statewide. Is that kind of fair?
Yeah, as we summarized, I think the real emphasis of this study is to provide additional data resources and information for local agencies to assist them in making decisions that are appropriate within their purview and their jurisdiction, while we're also providing information about the vulnerability of state interests and assets and resources at the same time.
So the goal is that they wind up complementing each other.
Correct.
No, that sounds really good to me. Just a last question. I'm going to make a wild guess that this is up here, and we also have the Delta Levee investment strategy discussion this afternoon. And so are we going to find out things, or potentially will we find out things in our vulnerability assessment that may impact some of the prioritization, the data used, the decision tool that is used in the investment strategy? Is there a linkage, or am I just?
We are actively looking at that in terms of understanding as new information arises in one study, how it impacts not just the Delta Levy
Right.
investment strategy, but a lot of the other work both the council and other agencies are engaged in. So, I mean, I think there is recognition that this work is leading to new knowledge and new information that necessarily needs to inform a lot of other efforts.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this is becoming more and more a key variable in future planning.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Jessica, before you move on, we do have public comment on the climate change vulnerabilities. You want to take it now, or? Okay. Ms. Deirdre Desjardins, welcome. Good morning.
Thank you very much. California Water Research spent a lot of time looking into the calcium model, and I just, we didn't have any review of what the technical advisory information was, but there's a very real limitation in that the model of reservoir operations has never been validated. It's never been validated to actual operations. And there's a very open question about what appropriate carryover storage policies, carryover targets are with sea level rise. And also whether the model weights are set up so that those carryover storage targets can be met. So this can completely invalidate any conclusions about impacts on carryover storage if it's not dealt with, and I would like to provide some technical comments about that. There's a second issue I very much appreciated. It was a phenomenally well-facilitated stakeholder engagement meeting, and very constructive. The one concern that we had was that when we recommended that, so Staten Island, we've seen projections that it will flood at about 3 feet of sea level rise, and it's an incredibly important habitat for sandhill cranes. When we raised the issue about where, are you going to address what's going to happen and where they're going to migrate, what we got back was that the study wasn't going to look at birds, but there's some very important refuges, and they're particularly important during droughts. So wanted to request that maybe the council revisit that decision to not consider birds, because I think it's going to be really important about whether those populations survive droughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. We have one more comment from Mr. David Frias.
Thank you. It's on. I'm Dave Fries. I'm the Conservation Chair for the San Joaquin Audubon Society. And we have also noted that there's not adequate study of the effect of climate change on birds, birding life, birding habitat, in wildlife habitat even. In this study, it's very key for the survival of these animals. It's the major flyway for the Pacific coast. It's millions and millions of birds winter there. There's a lot of birds that are endangered that live there year-round. And also the economical impact on birding and the loss of the recreational activity. And this weekend, the Central Valley Birding Symposium is on. It has hundreds and hundreds of people coming in to Stockton, to the Delta, to look at these birds and study them. So I just encourage you to include a thorough study on the effects of this wildlife and birds in the Delta related to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fries. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jeff and Harriet. Appreciate that. A couple more housekeeping items before I move on. I want to note for the members that you do have a blue packet in front of you that represents the materials that are new today. There's also copies for those in the room over there on the table and copies on our website. You will find copies of PowerPoints that you will be presented today, as well as some additional materials, and I believe they're presented here in chronological order for you. I also want to recognize that at the table today, we have Erica Georgie, our legal counsel, who's sitting in for Bethany Payne, who had other council business today. So she'll be our parliamentarian, and should you have any questions for her, I just wanted to recognize that she's here to support you. And with that, and actually relevant to the two public comments that we just received, I'm pleased to announce that our draft ecosystem chapter amendment to the Delta Plan will be posted by the end of today to launch our public review process. We have extended that originally discussed comment period from 30 days to 40 days. So we anticipate, and we will post this detail on our website, that comments will be due on January 6th. And I encourage Dave and Deirdre to take a close look at that, where we do have a much deeper analysis of habitat and, did I say 45 days? Sorry, 45-day comment period, a much deeper analysis of habitat, including detailed performance measures that include bird habitat and bird impacts. So that's going to be really important to get your feedback on. The council sent out a couple comment letters this month, copies of which are in your board packet. You'll recognize the first letter in your binder as the letter to SACOG regarding its Metropolitan Transportation Plan that you heard about and acted on last month. We also sent a letter to the City of Sacramento's Community Development Department regarding a notice of preparation for an EIR for the City of Sacramento's General Plan Update and Climate Action Plan, which we're going to be looking at closely. And the last letter is to the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Authority regarding its subbasin draft groundwater sustainability plan, where we offer some recommendations for how they can develop that plan consistent with the Delta Plan. I want to remind you that we do have an active covered action certification. On October 24th, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board submitted a certification of consistency for the American River Watershed Common Features Project. The Flood Board found that the proposed project is consistent with the Delta Plan, and that public review period remains open until November 25th, 2019, which is Monday. There's more information about that on our website. And so with that, I'd like to invite up the Executive Director of the Delta Conservancy, who's going to provide an update on activities that relate to the council and the Delta Plan, and also invite to the table Eric Vink, Executive Director for the Delta Protection Commission, for a brief update.
Good morning. Once again, welcome to the Delta Conservancy. It's great to host you here. I used to think this conference room was quite large until you all came to town.
Really big.
For those that might be a little disoriented, if you've been here before, this conference room used to be 90 degrees the other direction, and we actually just completed a renovation that took over the other area and gave us a lot more space. So glad you're here, and welcome. So, I just have two quick updates that I'd like to provide. The first is on our Proposition 68 Community and Economic Enhancement Grant Program. We've talked a little bit about this program before to the council. It is $12 million that is authorized for the Conservancy's legislative purposes. We're going to fund projects in three priority areas: recreation and tourism, historic and cultural preservation, and environmental education. We're really excited. This is the first block of funding that the Conservancy has had for the second half of our mandate. We've always had, not always, but we've had funding for ecosystem restoration, but this is our funding for Delta as Place. We will be taking a final draft of the grant guidelines to our board early next month on the 9th, and we anticipate that they will approve those grant guidelines, and we will open the solicitation in January of next year. So it's an exciting program in that it's not open solicitation. It allows us, projects and project ideas can come to us with a very high-level concept proposal. If that concept proposal meets a series of criteria, consistency with the bond intent and other significant areas, we'll actually enter into a partnership with the applicant and then work through that project and all the myriad issues that have to be addressed to develop a full proposal, and then ultimately take that proposal to our board for a funding approval. So we are very hopeful that it's a relatively small amount of money, but that it will, through this process, we'll be able to strategically fund projects that have real significance and can actually benefit the Delta as place. So looking forward to that. The second update I wanted to provide is we're nearing completion of our first third-party verification and validation of managed carbon wetlands in the Delta. So I've talked to the Stewardship Council before about our efforts to look at subsidence reversal, and the associated carbon emissions that are coming off the Delta. We know that subsidence threatens the water projects and therefore the water supply of California. It's also an enormous carbon emission coming off of the Delta because of the oxidation of the peat soils. And so we've worked to develop a market-based incentive and a protocol that allows the conversion of land from agricultural production to managed wetlands and or rice cultivation, stop subsidence, stop the emission, but then quantify the emission reduction and be able to take that to the voluntary market and get a revenue stream. So the update is that Department of Water Resources has about 1,600 acres of wetlands in 3 separate projects on Sherman and Twitchell Islands, and we're nearing the completion of the third-party validation of those projects. That's a component of the protocol that's required that someone from outside the process verify the emission reduction expectation and certify the credits that are available of those projects. Once that process is complete, DWR will have the option to be able to either retire those credits or actually take those credits to market and sell those credits and generate a revenue stream for the practice. So we're very excited. It is the first use of the protocol, and it will be a great example to other landowners about how a revenue stream can result from carbon management in the Delta. Our expectation is that that incentive will continue to grow and will hopefully in the near term, can compete with the current commodities that are grown in the Delta and be a real viable option for landowners, public and private, to consider changing their land practices and still be economically viable. So with that, thank you all again. Glad you're here. And on to Eric.
A question?
Oh, sorry.
from Mike?
Thank you. So, so with respect to the last bit you talked about there, there have been some fluctuations in all of our lifetimes or recent history with respect to carbon pricing for a lot of those credits. And do you know, have you modeled what the profits per acre or something comparable to, as you said, the commodity pricing? Have you modeled it based on, the high price, the low price, and the mid price in recent years? And I'm curious what that is.
Sure.
Does the average come out at about 80% per the commodity use, or is it 70%? Is 50%? Is it 100%?
So we've done quite a bit of that, absolutely. And actually that includes working with carbon financiers that are actually actively engaged with the people that are buying credits on the voluntary market to think very critically about what the price point could be. Right now in the voluntary market, we're convinced that we can get about $7 per credit or ton. That will net in the Delta, based on the amount that's coming off the Delta and what you can quantify, somewhere close to $60 per acre per year. That exceeds most of the current leased values in the deeply subsided Western Delta. But it's not quite competing with commodities. The next step is to get that protocol adopted into the compliance program, ARB's program. And so that could take another 1.5 to 2 years. They're interested in doing that, but that gets the carbon price up to about a $19 price point, which gets you closer to about $180 net per acre in the deeply subsided Western Delta. Our understanding is that there's a sort of a sweet spot or expectation spot of about 150 to 160 in return from current commodities. There's a lot of variability there as well. But you can see so currently we can replace lease value for those organizations that are leasing back to farmers, but hopefully in the future that we're exceeding that. There's also been speculation that the carbon market is likely to go to a $30 price point, in which case you're over $300 net per acre. So again, it's promising. It looks like there's a path forward that can stop subsidence, keep people economically viable. The other thing I'll mention too is that there's about 50,000 acres in this zone that are publicly owned or publicly financed. So those are viable alternatives for those public agencies to have a revenue stream to have O&M in perpetuity for those islands and be able to manage those islands differently.
Ken?
Deeply subsided, does that mean, limited horizon as profitable in terms of being able to continue in commercial agriculture?
So I think that's, one of our objectives is to stop the subsidence for the risk to water supply and carbon, but also, that subsidence continues to threaten the economic viability of the region. So there are many places in the Delta where you're continuing to burn through the peat, and you're getting lenses where you actually are having water coming through the sand lenses below and making large areas of these islands too wet to farm. So you're looking for alternatives for declining economic viability, as well as increasing risk to the water supply and truly astounding carbon emissions coming off this very small area within the Delta.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Campbell. Mr. Eric Fink. Eric
Great.
was also at the schoolhouse move.
Yes, I was just trading photos with our staff. I forgot to send those earlier, and they're pretty impressive, even looking at them a few days later. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and council members. I really wanted to focus my limited time on talking about two things. One is a real nice follow-up to what Campbell just mentioned, which is the work that our team has done recently on updating the picture of Delta agricultural land use. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time. I do have a few slides that I'd like to pull up on the screen. I won't spend a lot of time with this. There's a lot of detail included in here. I encourage you to spend a little more time looking at this more carefully. But we're very encouraged by the work that Campbell is leading at the Conservancy regarding alternatives for the deeply subsided parts of the Delta. If that can become a viable option for private landowners, and we think it needs to be demonstrated to be a viable option with the publicly owned lands or the publicly financed lands before we can really demonstrate that to private landowners. But that would be a very encouraging outcome for that deeply subsided part of the Delta. And what I'm going to focus on here is through the work of Dr. Jeff Michael at University of Pacific. He's part of a team that's working with us on an update of the Commission's Economic Sustainability Plan. We've elected to update that document in chapters. So the first group of work is on the agricultural chapter, recognizing the critical importance of agriculture to the Delta economy. We're very far along with that work. We're more at the early stages of work to update the Recreation and Tourism chapter of the Economic Sustainability Plan, which is the second most important component of the Delta economy. What I'm going to present in just a few minutes here is from the Ag Update. The crop information is from 2016. The source is from County Ag Commissioner crop reports. It's pretty reliable, and where we had to fill in the blanks, we used information from Land IQ. The next slide just shows our Delta crops. Oh, you control it. Thank you. I guess I can take that over from you, Campbell. Although I kind of like you doing the work for me. That's great. So this is impossible to read for those in the back of the room, but if you have a copy of this, the important thing here is to note some significant changes which are summarized on this page. And what's happening in the Delta is not dissimilar to what's happening throughout California agriculture. There's a move to higher value, more intensive crops. So the big acreage increases are in almonds and wine grapes. There's almost a corresponding decrease in corn production. Corn's kind of the mainstay crop in the Delta. It's significant in importance to the more subsided parts of the Delta. Again, tying into what Campbell presented earlier. But 2009 was kind of a high watermark for corn prices. A lot of production went in. Corn's fallen in value, and as a result, we've seen a significant decrease in corn planting in the Delta. The other thing to note about this table is that asparagus is almost off the list. It is off of the list of the top 20 crops in the Delta. It's kind of an iconic Delta crop. I love it to death. Eat as much as I can in season, but it's a very labor-intensive crop, and as a result, it's really fallen off the map in the Delta. And frankly, throughout California. And that's, again, indicative of trends statewide in agriculture in California. Oh, this one's going to be difficult to look at on the screen, but if you have a printed copy and you focus on it a little bit, this just shows the additional vineyard acreage between 2011 and 2016. It's significant. Kind of gives you an idea of where this permanent crop growth is occurring in the Delta. And I pair that with a similar image for almond production. This one's very subtle, but if you look down at the southeast corner of the Delta region, or at least the Delta primary zone and secondary zone 2, and then the northwest corner up into Solano County, you see where there are concentrations of these plantings of almonds. This just shows crops by revenue, and the main story here is that wine grapes are the big economic driver for Delta agriculture. Processing tomatoes are about half as important, but those two crops combined with corn and alfalfa really make up the bulk of Delta agricultural production. And when you add it all together, we're at nearly $1 billion of farm gate value. That means the value of products that leave Delta farms. Almost all of that is in crop production, but we do have some animal products in the Delta as well, and as you see it, some there just shy of $1 billion. Yes. Processing tomatoes would be anything in a can. So tomatoes in a can, tomato sauce. Yeah. I'm sorry, I should have explained that. As distinct from fresh tomatoes, which you'd buy in the grocery store in the produce section. So processing tomatoes would be anything that makes its way into a jar or a can. Tomato paste, sauce, whole tomatoes.
Or a good Bloody Mary would also qualify as a...
I like the way our chair thinks. Yeah, no, I apologize. I'm always one that reminds people, don't use the acronyms to find the acronyms, and here I'm using a term that maybe wasn't familiar to all. So anyway, this is just a summary. I don't know how much more we will see wine grapes in the Delta. You know, when you look at where those permanent crops are occurring, it's not in the more deeply subsided parts of the Delta. For the reasons Campbell indicated, that's problematic for higher value crop production, but certainly at the periphery of the Delta, that's where it is largely occurring, and we're going to, I'm sure, continue to see that, just as we see that throughout the state of California. And then the last two bullets here just summarize some of the information coming out of running this data through the M-Plan model. That's the economic model that estimates economic impact, jobs, you know, clearly important for us in the Delta region, and then the job impact as it supports that, as that production spools out throughout the state of California. So that was a quick trip, but maybe more information than you wanted. Again, happy to answer questions as I'm able. The second brief item I wanted to discuss is just to give an update on the Delta National Heritage Area. And I think council members are aware that in February of 2019, the Delta National Heritage Area was enacted into law. The commission, the Delta Protection Commission, is responsible for developing the management plan and overseeing the National Heritage Area. By statute, we have 3 years to complete that activity. If we're not done by 3 years, our federal funding stream will end, but we expect to be able to complete that management plan. And we're actually initiating that work with what I hope will be an approval by our commission at its meeting this evening to lead a contract for preparation of project plans that will start to compile the components of the mandated Delta Heritage Area Management Plan. And that concludes what I wanted to present. I'm happy to answer any questions if those arose in my presentation, Madam Chair.
Any questions for Eric?
The question is, Eric, the land cover for the Delta crop patterns that are changing, do you know whether or not these are unique to the Delta, or is this not unique and it's happening throughout California in terms of the changes that we're seeing here, certainly in the last few years, from one thing to another?
I would say it probably, in a kind of in a macro scale, it tracks what's happening throughout California agriculture. I mean, our mix of crops in the Delta, I wouldn't say it's highly unique, but it's a somewhat limited mix of crops. We grow over 400 crops in California. I think we're maybe close to 100 crops grown in the Delta. It might be a little higher, including some crops that are somewhat unique to the Delta, but not solely grown here. So the permanent planting, or the move toward higher value, more intensive agriculture, definitely mirrors what's happening throughout the state. The interesting part about the Delta is that water is not generally a limiting factor. I mean, what I learned about the Delta early on was that there's never a shortage of water in the Delta. It's just a question of what quality that water is, because if it's not flowing down the rivers, it's moving in the tidal cycle from the bay. So there's always water in the Delta, assuming that we maintain water quality sufficient to support the higher value crops. Then the Delta is well positioned to enjoy that, assuming that soil and climate will allow for the production of those crops. And then, of course, as you heard earlier from council staff, climate change will certainly mean something about what happens with what a changing climate means for Delta agricultural production. That's something else we also took a look at in this update of the Economic Sustainability Plan. And what we know so far is that the winters are warmer, the summers are getting slightly warmer. It hasn't been so dramatic that it's led to a change in crop production, but if that trend continues, then that probably will lead to some crops falling out of favor. We grow cherries on limited acreage in the Delta. Those require a certain amount of winter chill. If you don't have that, you don't have a cherry crop. That's probably the most imperiled crop as a result of a changing climate, a warming climate. But that's true for California as well. And cherries are an incredibly important crop for San Joaquin County, primarily eastern San Joaquin County, outside the Delta. So probably similar, but with some regional differences, I'd say.
John.
I was going to ask about opportunities for rice production, because that connects to what Campbell was talking about. I've heard that there's interest in rice production and reducing CO2 emissions through flooding soils. Is that an opportunity? And would it receive carbon credits if they did that?
Absolutely. The protocol that's been developed is for managed wetlands and as well as rice cultivation. So you get slightly less emission reduction with rice because you still have to dry the land for planting and harvest. So you get slightly less carbon revenue, but the value that rice can produce is pretty significant, and very good opportunity for.
Yeah, and it's worth noting I think it's on the 4th page, that table that shows the change in acreage between 2009 and 2016. Rice is one of those crops with increasing acreage. It actually is up 53%, which sounds dramatic, but it's starting from a relatively low acreage. So we're up to about 7,500 acres of rice in the Delta, and I do see that increasing. I'm glad you raised that question, because that probably is one of the few field crops that will see increasing acreage growth, and hopefully, as a result of some of the demonstrations that have occurred in the more deeply subsided Delta, and people recognizing that that could be a good crop to replace corn, and of course that has climate benefits as a result.
Ken.
To maybe give a Southern California perspective on changing agriculture. I mean, San Diego County has $1 billion agricultural industry, believe it or not. And really the change in acreage there is the same pattern of these higher value crops, but it's been about water price and water availability. That's really driven it, where citrus was a big crop, and, land value also. It's just that calculation. But in the last 15 years, it's really been about the price of water and interruption in water, and really tens of thousands of acres of avocado production has been taken out of production. Acreage has just been fallowed. So there's still, if you know how to manage, if you're a good farmer down there, but they're moving to wine grapes and just nursery products, just that higher value. Yeah, similar trend, except the difference in water availability and price is much bigger factor there. So, $1 billion, yeah. San Diego County has $1 billion in agricultural value. Yeah. So, just the acreage that's in corn and alfalfa in these deeply subsided areas, and to get to kind of where Campbell and Assemblymember Gatto was going with the economics of this. How much of that acreage is leased versus owned? Just, is that, does that leased land, long term, I guess the question is how economically viable is staying in low value crops, and, is there anything else they can do? I mean, I can't remember if this is the function of the soil and subsidence that you're not going to invest in high value. So this is where they are. So maybe, I don't know if it's Eric or Campbell, but what is sort of the economic development plan for the longer term sustainability of those lands?
Well, I can certainly start. Campbell might want to add his own 2 cents, but the first imperative for at least the private landowners, and even for many of the public agency landowners, not everyone's got unlimited budgets to be able to subsidize management of land. But certainly for the private landowners, the imperative is to provide a return. At the very least, you have to, pay for the taxes and the reclamation district assessments. That's something we always like to remind people, that the Delta is a little bit different. It's not just property taxes, but it's reclamation district assessments, because if you don't maintain the levees, you don't have anything but a giant lake. So those are the imperative, is to, at the very least, cover those. I mean, that's only going to keep you treading water. Most private landowners want to receive a return in excess of that as well. So alternatives, pretty limited. I mean, agronomically, that land is pretty restricted in terms of what can be grown there. It's something I didn't mention earlier, and it's important to note, nothing's ever all positive or all negative. This move toward higher value crops in the Delta is generally good from a Delta economy standpoint and from the perspective of private landowners. But as you move away from lower value field crops, you also lose some habitat value. We have tremendous terrestrial habitat values in the Delta because of this largely field crop mix that we have, and in particular, corn and alfalfa are incredibly important for a number of migratory birds. The sandhill cranes rely upon the corn production for getting their energy that enables them to make their, fatten up here during the winter and make their way back to their breeding grounds in the north. So you lose something when you move to higher value crops. Even if you move from field crops to managed wetlands, you lose some things, you gain other things. So nothing's ever all good or all bad. We're very interested in what are the alternatives to this crop production. I mean, are there other crops that could be grown? Are our managed wetlands under the carbon protocols, is that a potential solution for some of this land? We probably won't see it on all of it, but that could be a good solution if we can get the numbers right and the incentives. But again, that's why it's really important to run the laboratory on this on the public lands. And I really greatly appreciate the work Campbell's done. He's almost single-handedly been the one to propel this forward, because there's not quite the same sense of urgency from the public agencies about, getting this stuff qualified under the carbon markets. But if we can demonstrate it on the public land or the publicly financed land, that can be a good economic signal to private landowners. And what we know about farmers is they're great at farming. if you want them to farm tules, they'll be the best tule farmers you've ever seen. We just need to make sure the signals are right, that they're picking up those economic cues.
Just add a few quick points. First, not single-handedly by any means, but I appreciate the plug. So I will say very specific to the 200 to 250,000 acres of deeply subsided land in the Delta, highest risk, highest carbon emission. The public landowners in that area are losing money. They will express varying degrees of costs for levee maintenance and all the costs that Eric mentioned, and they're losing money. There are a number of other private entities in that zone that have expressed interest in others buying those islands. They're seeing an economic challenge that they don't think they can overcome. Because of, as we mentioned earlier, the soil type and the depth to water table, the more permanent crops, wine grapes and stone fruits or anything, are not really viable in that area. The one crop that actually does represent real potential is rice, and I think that is absolutely a viable one. So there really are few alternatives, and that's why we've invested so much in trying to figure out this carbon incentive and carbon market as a way path forward.
Yeah, at our meeting last month, we approved the 5-year Delta Plan update and priorities. And Madam Chair, one of those items was, to look at how we can be more effective with Delta as an evolving place. And maybe since we have both of you here today, maybe and not to kind of be comprehensive or put you on the spot, but we want to, engage in this activity going forward. And what do you guys see as some of the areas where we can be more effective and can work more closely together?
Well, just yesterday, because I got a little bit of a prompt, I was taking a look at the council's policies related to agriculture in the Delta. And two things. One, they're pretty general policies, but they're very general and supportive. And so this work that we're doing to update the economic sustainability plan, we're already thinking about how that could translate into any recommendation to the council for changing the Delta plan or appending, adding to the Delta plan. And the high-level policies are pretty intact, and I think they would continue to serve well. It could be that there's detail underneath that, maybe at the performance measure level or second tier, how you take that high-level policy and add some detail to it where, we could have some additional suggestions. But at least for agriculture in the Delta, which for our commission is the primary concern, it's the economic driver in the rural Delta region, I think the Delta plan is pretty well positioned as it is. Now, the plan, I know, is internally consistent, but there's always areas where certain policies start to rub up against each other, maybe while still being consistent. And maybe, that's an area to look more carefully at. But we'll do the same with the work on the recreation and tourism update. I haven't reviewed those policies more recently. They're more limited in scope. But the agricultural policies in the Delta plan are, though general, they're basically aligned with the importance of agriculture to the Delta economy. I don't know if that answers your question, but those were some initial thoughts. And maybe if we do have something specific to recommend to the council, and I think it might take us a couple of months, I should say, to finalize the consultant reports on the ag update of the ESP and figure out how those could translate into specific recommendations, and we'd certainly want to visit with our commission on that first, but that could be something that we'll ask to come back and talk with the council about a few months down the road.
I'm very pleased with the coordination with the Stewardship Council and working with staff on these issues and keeping them aware of what we're doing and thinking through how we can work together to make progress. I will say that I think the council, as well as the state in general, needs to start thinking a little more critically about this deep bowl in the delta and the fact that it is probably not economically viable moving forward. And what is the role? Are we actively planning for those eventualities, and do we have a strategy, or will it happen, and how we manage it? The other thing I will say is the carbon market apparently can replace commodities, but there are still upfront costs to do land conversion. So for many years, we've been working through all available channels to try to realize a pot of money that can actually help farmers do conversion from whatever crops to rice and or managed wetlands to make, and that's really the bulk of that's the challenge. So if you have a market that can actually replace the commodity value, but you still can't invest the money to do the conversion, to push up the berms, put in water management infrastructure, laser level fields, it's still a moot point. So any support for future funding requests and collective voice about the significance of this issue, it would be really helpful.
Kind of a comprehensive solution.
One last quick question. Could those farmers Williamson Act the properties and then also be subject for the carbon incentive?
I've gotten that question
Mr.
once
Rink is
before, and I
nodding his
honestly,
head.
my sense is that there shouldn't be an issue there, but I do you know for certain?
I think the only potential issue with that is if the counties administer the Williamson Act, so they set the rules. So if you move to managed wetlands and you're going into the carbon market, there could be some incompatibility with how the county administers the Williamson Act. Generally, some counties say this is just for agricultural land, and if you have other non-agricultural land uses, that it might not be allowed to be in the Williamson Act. But
So just to clarify, though, Eric, given the existence of the primary and secondary zone and the prohibition, would that, irrespective of the Williamson Act, wouldn't your tax base still be protected, given those? I mean, your development pressure is minimal.
yeah, it should be, but a great example is Metropolitan Water District. Say they were a private entity, they paid $175 million for that land they bought. That was assessed at a pretty, that works out to about $8,000 an acre. The land doesn't return that agriculturally, so if they were a private entity and they were in the Williamson Act, they would get a benefit because their base year valuation is much higher than what that land is actually worth as agricultural.
You could almost imagine it penciling now if you had Williamson Act combined with the carbon program. So
It could if you had a high base year valuation. Now, what's true for most private landowners is that they've been there a long time. They've got low base year valuation. In fact, some landowners might really not be getting much benefit at all from being in the Williamson Act. And
they bought before.
There's hundreds of thousands of acres in the state that is in the act and gets no benefit. So,
Gotcha.
But my suspicion is that it probably would not be a problem, the existence of the Williamson Act. But similarly, you probably aren't getting a big benefit from that unless you're a relatively recent purchaser of land. And if you're a private entity that relatively recently purchased land, you did it with an economic return in mind.
Gotcha.
It wasn't
To follow it.
because you wanted to restore the islands or whatever the rationale was for MWD to purchase all those lands.
Yeah.
Thank you both.
I have one
Oh,
more
one
last
question.
one. So then the phase, this is a very, very interesting presentation. So the one on the rice that you said, the conversion into, so then it could even stop being used if the person decides or that the rice is not going to be the viable, or we all think that it's not, then it could be just idle land later on if the conversion is not possible. And what are the possibilities of that, of just leaving it?
You mean for the potential for land just to be idled and not to have any agricultural production?
If the
Or
owners.
abandoned, maybe?
I'm sorry?
Abandoned, is
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
I really don't see that happening because I think there's always going to be some agricultural use. Now, if there is a catastrophic levee failure and there's, the state and feds have hands off and it's left up to the private landowners whether to reclaim that island, that the cost could be so great that maybe the island is not reclaimed. I mean, this is all very hypothetical and speculative. But if the levee system is intact, the private landowner will always find something to grow. I don't envision a scenario under which they can't find some crop to grow that will provide enough of a return to justify their farming it. The other reality is idling land in the Delta doesn't just mean the ground stays nice and bare. It's going to explode with weeds and vegetation, and actually something worth noting is that consumes more fresh water than actually managing it for agriculture. No, it's been demonstrated that if you allow land to revert to native vegetation or natural vegetation and don't control it by mowing it or killing the weeds with chemicals, that you actually use more water than you do through the application of water to grow a crop. I mean, the Delta is an incredibly fertile region. The water's always available. It's at ground level practically. And so it's unlikely that anyone would ever idle land because they then have to spend money to manage the growth that would occur naturally in the absence of farming it. I don't know if that answers your question.
You did, but I still am not clear in a sense that if they don't have the money to convert, what are the possibilities for the other crop? And if it's not, then what is the fate of the land?
I have a slightly different perspective, and I think, again, in the most deeply subsided area, there are places in the Delta that are already somewhat reverting back to just natural habitat because people are not actively farming. And there are places where abandonment, I think, is a potential reality. And again, as we know, we know from some of the public landowners and their efforts to maintain their levees and grow crops that provide revenue, it's challenging. So I think abandonment is a potential reality in this deeply subsided section of the Delta that we ought to be thinking about at least. You know, what's the county's role in an abandonment situation?
Exactly.
What's the state's role? I think those are issues that we're going to have to confront. I do concur with Eric that, I mean, things change all the time. There could be another high-value crop that comes in. Rice could work, but...
But that's exactly what, I mean, the whole idea of managing change for us is a part of it is to see what are the possibilities that can potentially happen. And if abandonment is an issue, you know, if it is, which you think it is, and I kind of think it is, then what would be the answer and our solutions as managing change?
The next item, if we're ready. Okay, thank you so much for those presentations. Really appreciate it. Appreciate your partnership. So a few last items to close out my report. One is that I want to draw your attention to, in your binder, there is your monthly outreach highlights report as well as the monthly active projects list. I do want to note that just today, the Department of Water Resources released their draft environmental impact report on state water project operations, which is akin to the federal biological opinions that I've talked about in the past. And so that's something that we're going to be tracking closely. I want to note that for the last two items on the agenda today, we're going to reverse their order. So for those of you who are watching at home and potentially coming over, or for those of you in the audience, I want to make sure you understand that the Delta Levees annual report item is going to hard start at 1 p.m., and then we'll finish off with the Delta Water Master update. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. John Calloway for the lead scientist report, and I think we can break for lunch, hopefully around 12:10.
Great. Thank you, Jessica. Good morning, Council, and good morning, Chair Tatayan. I'm going to review a number of items that are in the written report that you have on the lead scientist report. But before that, I wanted to start off with a recent event that we had. I think the theme for my report this month is really all about outreach. There's been a number of conferences that have happened that I wanted to let you know about, and then also climate change. So in terms of outreach, we just held a symposium on Tuesday this week jointly with UC Davis on thresholds related to restoration issues. And the idea of this is that ecosystems evolve and change over time, and they don't change linearly or simply. They often hit thresholds where there's dramatic changes and shifts in the way the ecosystem is developing. And especially for restoration projects, that's really important to understand what's driving these changes. So that's what this whole symposium was about, across a range of ecosystems, from estuaries and salt marshes to grasslands and kelp forests. So a broad range of systems. I think Fred Sklar, who's he's the sort of the lead scientist for the South Florida Water Management District on ecosystem restoration and on Everglades restoration. Two of his quotes were that thresholds are where the rubber hits the road for restoration, because it's really what is going to drive the change of systems over time. And that if we want to manage for complexity, complex systems, and for thresholds, we need to think about flexibility. And actually, adaptive management was a key component of a lot of what people talked about. I also want to acknowledge Dylan Chappell from our staff, who helped lead the organization of the symposium, and actually filled in. There was a number of really high-level scientists from across the country, including Fred Sklar. Katie Suding was going to come from University of Colorado to present, a really world-recognized restoration expert. Unfortunately, she was unable to come. Dylan was one of her former students when she was at Berkeley, and Dylan presented her paper and did an excellent job presenting the final keynote of the whole symposium. And really some of the things she highlighted was that if we think about how these ecosystems are evolving, what we really the insight we want to get out of this idea of thresholds is where we have an opportunity to intervene and push with restoration activities to change ecosystems, where we can't really do anything at all, where something has changed so much that there's not an opportunity to make changes, and then where we might need to adapt and modify our goals or modify what our expectations are for a system. So those were some of the highlights, and I think we'll probably include a written update on that next month for you, because I think it really was one of the best symposiums that I've seen. Of course, I'm biased since I'm a restoration ecologist, but it really was very well done. And we had a great mix of students from UC Davis, practitioners, agency staff, and academics. So it really was a nice symposium. So with that, I want to move into the items that are in the written report. And there's a paper that we chose to highlight this month. The title is Intertidal Area Disappears Under Sea Level Rise, 250 Years of Morphodynamic Modeling in San Pablo Bay, California. And we chose this because I knew you were going to be talking about the climate change vulnerability assessment and thinking about how climate change is likely to affect ecosystems. This actually is outside the Delta. It's in San Pablo Bay in the upper part of San Francisco Bay, but it really highlights the use of modeling, the use of integrative modeling. When we talk about integrative modeling, linking physical models of water flow and sediment movement to models that simulate how ecosystems develop, how mudflats are going to change or how marshes are going to change. So this work, I think also what's unique about it is the record of the data that went into this modeling. So it's 250 years of modeling. 150 of it was based on bathymetric surveys in San Francisco Bay for shipping going back to the 1860s. Those were done by about every 30 years over time. And so a staff member at USGS, Bruce Jaffe, and his colleagues who do the modeling, actually from the Netherlands, they use that 150 years of historic data to calibrate their model and to show how, with changing hydrology, with changing sediment inputs from the gold rush sediments and other changes, how the mudflats have evolved in San Pablo Bay. And then they forecasted into the future over 100 years how they're likely to change into the future. And I think they looked at a range of sea level rises, but their prediction is that sea level rise will be greater than the ability of these mudflats to accumulate sediment, and they'll convert from mudflats that are currently in between the range of the tides to deeper, more deeply flooded areas, subtidal areas within the bay. And that's what's illustrated on the visual abstract there. At the bottom on the left is the elevation of the mudflat in brown, and then the changing, the blue line is the changing tides, where they're right within the elevation of the tides. They will, over time, over the future, build up sediment and increase in elevation. But the expectation, of course, there's a range of predicted sea level rise, but even under relatively moderate sea level rises, that the mudflats are not likely to keep pace. They're actually beginning to erode now because of the decrease of sediment inputs into the bay. And so I think, as I said, really what we can learn from this is the value of long-term monitoring, the value of this, looking back at historic data to inform our forecasts and projections into the future, the value of integrated models for giving us these sorts of insights. And then these mudflats, the Delta doesn't have a large acreage of mudflats, but still these kinds of changes are likely to occur within channels in the Delta as well. And they'll have impacts on adjacent marshes and adjacent levees that are really important to understand. So I think as we get better data, we'll improve these sorts of models that will inform short-term and long-term understanding of the evolution of creeks and mudflats and channels within the Delta and the bay. Questions?
And that's important because the mudflats provide habitat.
They do. So the intertidal mudflats are important for bird habitat. They're important for they're densely populated with invertebrates that provide food resources. So they're important in that regard. And then they're also important just as a physical protection to reduce wave action on the adjacent marshes and adjacent shorelines. Any other questions? Okay, so I will move on.
If I could just follow up
Yes,
with a little
please.
bit, just a question, John, and maybe help me understand. As a novice trying to get my head around the implications of what this could mean going forward in light of the earlier presentation on the climate change and the vulnerability that the Delta is experiencing. Because one of the requests that we received, and albeit it wasn't an agendized item, it came, I think, off the agenda. It was a request by those that are actually in the Delta farming and unable to manage much of their farming operations in large part because of the ongoing sedimentary issues that are decreasing the capacity for water to flow in and out of the Delta. And so it has all these other, you can imagine the kinds of consequences with that. And so I just wondered, in light of your presentation just now, how that might fit into the broader, very complicated issues experienced in the Delta to ensure viability of ag. And so I just wondered.
That's a good question, because I think Michael George will probably, who will be here later today, will tell you that some of the channels within the Delta are filling in and causing significant problems for water flow.
That's referenced at our most recent Delta Protection Commission meeting.
Yeah.
I don't know how to make a connection with all the dots that.
So this is farther out in the bay, and that is in large part is being driven by aquatic weeds that are slowing down flow and promoting accumulation. These are open mud flats where there isn't any vegetation and there's not that slowing down of the flow. But so yeah, there definitely are. There's a mix of characteristics, and I think as these models are developed and improved and spread out to other systems, incorporating vegetation into the models, because in the marsh models that I've worked on, vegetation has an enormous effect on flow and on sediment accumulation, and so that probably is the big difference there.
Okay, but something to keep in mind, because it's a system, right? And it all works together, despite the fact that this is not necessarily what was raised.
As all of that, if all that sediment is accumulating in the Delta, it's not making its way out to the bay, and then that's causing restriction and reduction in sediment inputs to some of those areas.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so I'll move on to some of the conferences that I've mentioned. So last month, we already talked about State of the Estuary Conference. That there's a short summary there in your written materials. I think, as is indicated, really some of the take-home messages from that conference were the connection of the Bay and Delta, really thinking about one estuary, one science, in addition to one Delta, one science. A focus on social science issues and equity and inclusivity, and then a focus on climate change and resilience as really being some of the major topics that were discussed at the State of the Estuary. And I think, as I said last time, it really was a great success and a very well-received set of presentations with a lot of contributions from staff from the council. The second conference to highlight that's in your written materials is a joint conference that was held in the end of September and early October by the American Fisheries Society and the Wildlife Society up in Reno. That was an enormous conference. The first time those two societies have met together, there were over 5,000 people at the conference for a week. As you can guess, learning all about fisheries issues and wildlife issues. There were a number of staff, about eight or nine staff from the science program and the rest of the council that participated and presented posters or oral presentations. There actually was a special session there on the Bay Delta system with about 15 different talks on the fisheries issues from Delta smelt to longfin smelt, salmon, invasive gobies, a wide range of topics that were presented there to bring the national audience up to date on some of the challenges here in the Bay and Delta. And Luis Conrad, Steve Culberson both presented in that, Eva Bush, Pascal Gortler, Tracy Grimes, Annika Keeley, and Chris Kwan all presented as well. So I think that was a great opportunity for our staff to learn more about broader issues around the country and to present and make others aware of the challenging issues here in the Delta related to fisheries. And then the last conference is not included in your packet, but it was the Coastal and Estuarine Research Federation meeting that was just earlier this month that I was able to participate in, and Madison Thomas, one of our Sea Grant fellows, also participated in. Unfortunately, there's a restriction for travel for state employees to Alabama, and so our staff was not able to attend. But this is a really outstanding conference on coastal issues, estuarine issues, both a mix of science and policy. And there were some really outstanding presentations. I would highlight that the plenary, the big broad presentations for everyone to attend at this conference focused on social science issues and focused on science communication. So the two things at our Bay Delta Science Conference that we've recently been highlighting are also, it's not just us that here in the Bay and Delta that are thinking about that. It's a national issue that people are thinking about. How do we use social science to inform decision making, whether it's economic sciences or other social sciences? So I think that was a really valuable conference. It's only held every 2 years, but I think our staff, I'm hopeful that our staff will be able to attend for in 2 years and participate there as well. And then I wanted to highlight that's in your materials there, the California Sea Grant State Fellows Matching Workshop that was held at the end of October. As you know, we have 4 Sea Grant Fellows, Corey Flannery, Tracy Grimes, Kate Mellinson, and Madison Thomas, who really contribute enormously to the work that the staff at the council does. And they have just one-year fellowships, so we're recruiting for new fellows. And actually, I think this week or early next week, we'll be finding out who our fellows will be for next year. I participated to recruit fellows and to let them know about what the council does. And I also heard all the presentations from the applicants and potential fellows, and I'd say it was incredibly inspiring and impressive to hear how capable and motivated and committed these recent graduates. They're both master's and PhD graduates, and they're really they do incredible work. So I think we should have some great fellows coming in starting early next year. And then in terms of upcoming events, we have a symposium in January, the end of January, on environmental DNA and the use of this new tool to be able to identify distributions of species, populations of species, how that's being used as a way, an alternative way to sample populations, especially in aquatic ecosystems. So I think that'll be really relevant to Delta issues. And then lastly, I wanted to highlight that another event that's coming up that isn't included on your written materials, but that I'll send out to you is December 5th. The Public Policy Institute of California, PPIC, will be hosting a lunchtime discussion entitled "A Path Forward for California's Freshwater Ecosystems." Jeff Mount is coordinating that, and there's Heather Dyer from San Bernardino Municipal Water District, Ali Forsyth, who's working on the Sites Reservoir Project, and Lester Snow, from the Klamath River Renewal Corporation will all be there to discuss a panel of these freshwater issues. It's in many ways a carry-on of the discussion that Jeff Mount presented to the council staff at a brown bag a year ago about thinking about ecosystem water and how do we more effectively manage water to protect the ecosystem as well as provide all the benefits that we get from the water that we use. And I also will let you know, actually, Maria noticed that there was a report about Jeff Mount's talk that was put out by Maven's Notebook just in the last few weeks that summarized the talk that he gave. So if you're interested, I'll send you that link, and I would encourage you to look at that. It highlights what Jeff was presenting in terms of how Australia has used this approach of ecosystem water budgets to as an alternative way to regulating water. Any questions?
Any questions for John?
Everyone's hungry for lunch.
And thanks, John.
I also encourage you to look at by the numbers. Haven't had any rain yet, as you all realize, so we're in the red on precipitation. Flows are mostly, and reservoir stages are still relatively high, and the low flow in terms of diversions is still related to salinity intrusions or the X2 control on diversions. Thank you.
Time for a rain dance.
Yes.
Yep. Thanks, John. With that, we will break for lunch. As Jessica said, we have a definite 1 o'clock start time on agenda item 9, Delta Levees Investment Report.
I think she stepped out.
Oh, she's gone. Oh, she should, yeah.
So did you do TV for the last night's debate?
Not last night's debate, but I had a radio interview about homelessness. Oh, I'm gonna duck out. I was enjoying it. So you getting some traction? I think so.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I could go down there. I do it by phone. But it's fine. I mean, I'm fully best around beneath the desk.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're reconvening after lunch. We're on agenda item 9, Delta Levees Investments Report. And I will let Jeff Henderson, unless Jessica has something to say.
I just want to welcome everyone for being here, and I think this is the first time that we've had the representatives of the state agencies that are signatories to the Delta Levees MOU all at the table together, and I want to recognize that as a milestone, and I look forward to hearing the report.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeff Henderson, Deputy Executive Officer for Planning with the Delta Stewardship Council. Joined by a variety of representatives today from the council, from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and from the Department of Water Resources, who will together will be giving you a presentation regarding the activities of the working group established under the Memorandum of Understanding for the Delta Levees Investment Strategy. Today, you're going to hear a bit of information on the history of Delta Levees and why they're important. I'll provide some background on the Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, with the between the Department of Water Resources, the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, and the Council. And then we'll be handing this over to Deputy Director Chris Chernell from the Department of Water Resources and other staff from the department to present their report to the council on funding decisions for the past fiscal year. So by way of background, the Delta as we know it today is pretty much defined in many ways by its levees. Levees create the channels and the waterways that surround the islands and tracts that compose the Delta. Delta levees protect lives, property, infrastructure, transportation corridors, water supply, ecosystems, and agriculture. A levee failure can threaten any number of these state interests and would have catastrophic consequences. The legal delta is a complicated system of rivers and sloughs, bypasses, and floodways. The legal and jurisdictional system that governs it is almost nearly as complex. And the delta levee system features two key types of levees, what we refer to typically as project levees and non-project levees. And it's important to understand the difference between the two. The state plan of flood control represents the project levees, which are seen on the map before you in teal, and these make up about 1/3 of the levees in the Delta. Project levees are those that the Flood Board or DWR, as a non-federal sponsor, has given assurances of cooperation to the federal government in order to operate and maintain the levees. These levees belong to the federal government, but they are the state's responsibility to operate and maintain. The non-project levees, which are seen on this map in orange, are not included in this agreement. These are locally owned, locally operated, and locally maintained. And before 1972, they saw little, if any, investment from the state. That all changed in June 1972 when a levee breach on Brannon Andros Island inundated over 12,000 acres of farmland and a portion of the city of Isleton. The levee breach halted water exports for a month until the breach could be stabilized and the influx of salinity could be flushed from the system. With this disaster, the state realized the importance of non-project delta levees to the state as a whole. The legislature then passed the Way Bill, which created the Delta Levees Maintenance Subventions Program. The Way Bill stated, and I'll quote, that while most of the Delta's levees are privately owned and maintained, they are being subjected to varied multiple uses and serve to benefit many varied segments and interests of the public at large. The subventions program is a cost share program that provides technical and financial assistance to local levee maintaining agencies in the Delta for the maintenance and rehabilitation of non-project and eligible project levees. Then, in the early 80s, we saw a series of wet years that caused extensive damage in the Sacramento Valley, including in the North Delta. FEMA provided disaster assistance after these events, but after multiple occurrences, the federal government told California that they needed to start pulling their own weight. In 1988, the California legislature responded by creating the Special Projects Program to help fund levee improvements and habitat enhancements through grants to local maintaining agencies. Between the program's inception in 1973 until now, the state, through the subventions program and the Delta Levee Special Flood Control Projects, has invested over $700 million in the Delta, in Delta levees. And with these two important programs, we've seen the rate of levee failures drop by half as a result of these investments. There's been a lot of additional legislation in the interim, but I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead from 1988 to 2009 when the state legislature passed the Delta Reform Act. The act directed the council as part of the Delta Plan to attempt to reduce risks to people, property, and state interests in the Delta by promoting effective emergency preparedness, appropriate land uses, and strategic levee investments. The act went on to say that the council, in consultation with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board, shall recommend in the Delta Plan priorities for state investment in levee operation, maintenance, and improvements in the Delta, including both levees that are part of the state plan of flood control, so project levees, and non-project levees. To fulfill this obligation, the council's been developing the Delta Levee Investment Strategy, or DLIS, and an amendment to the Risk Reduction Chapter of the Delta Plan, Chapter 7. This includes the rulemaking process that we're currently in that began on July 5th of this year. As you'll recall, the council held a public hearing on August 22nd of 2019, where you received public comment on the proposed regulation. Council staff are currently in the process of responding to those comments. And we've already mentioned that governance of the Delta levees is complex, and the levees serve a variety of functions, utility of which is reflected by the list of responsible parties. And this list includes that before you, ranging from private landowners to the agencies at the table before you today, the local maintaining agencies or reclamation districts, the Water Commission, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Army Corps. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ryan to talk a little bit about the MOU process and the working group that has been engaged through that process.
Thanks, Jeff. Good afternoon, council members. Recognizing the unique roles and responsibilities that each of the three agencies sitting at this table have with regards to flood protection in the Delta, the council, the department, and the board entered into the memorandum of understanding in 2017, as Jeff previously noted. As it relates to the flood board and Delta levees, the flood board fulfills the state's cost-sharing responsibilities for project levees, adopts the flood plan, approves payments for Delta levee maintenance through the subventions program, and serves as the governing agency over the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District. The Department of Water Resources, in addition to its many other responsibilities, such as operating the state water project, is California's lead agency for flood management. They develop the flood plan. They play an integral role in supporting Delta levee maintenance and emergency response, administer grant programs for Delta levee improvements, something you'll hear a little bit more about shortly, and spearhead ecosystem restoration throughout the state, as well as a number of pilot efforts for things such as subsidence reversal. And as has previously been mentioned, the MOU working group has been in place now for a little over 2 years and has been particularly focused on three near-term priorities that are outlined in that slide. And I think it's fair to say that significant progress has been made with regards to each. The current draft solicitation considers the draft D-list priorities. The work group is close to finalizing its approach for ensuring the decision support tool remains relevant and useful. And of course, the reporting of the department's funding decisions is the topic of this afternoon's discussion. And maybe with that, I'd like to just take a moment. I've been part of the working group since its inception, and I just want to acknowledge that the three agencies at this table and the commitment that each has made over the last 2 years. The work group is a substantial commitment, and resources by each agency are required. But I think it's also one that's worthwhile. And while progress maybe hasn't always been linear, the group remains an important venue to not only exchange information, but also an opportunity to learn from and promote the critical work being done by each agency. And I think to that end, the council remains committed to this effort and is eager to continue working with our state partners going forward on these important issues. And with that, Madam Chair and Council, I'll turn it over to Darren Soon, Principal Engineer for the Flood Board, as well as Policy Advisor.
Thank you, Ryan. Good afternoon, Chair Tatine, members of the Council. Darren Soon with the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon. As Ryan mentioned, I work as a policy advisor for the executive officer and the board. Recently been participating in these conversations that involve all our agencies. I thought I'd like to take a moment to just give a brief history on the Flood Board. Originally established in 1911 when the original flood system was developed of weirs, levees, and bypasses. Reservoirs hadn't come into that point yet. The Flood Board has broad authorities over the Sacramento and San Joaquin river systems and its tributaries. And the role of the Flood Board was to ensure proper construction, operations, and maintenance of that flood management system. And to that end, the Flood Board, in partnership with Department of Water Resources, adopted a recent update in 2017 to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. a plan that was done with a lot of stakeholder outreach and garnered a lot of support. And it's a plan, a long-range strategic plan that guides our actions, the actions of the board. And I just, again, want to recognize the conversations that Ryan mentioned that have been going on with our organizations. I feel like there's a lot of goodwill in the room when we're having these conversations. That's been my experience, and I look forward to us having these ongoing discussions about our respective authorities and how we can interact in the same space in the Delta together. And thank you very much. I'll turn it over now to my colleagues with DWR. Or you want to go back? Okay.
Good afternoon, council members, Madam Chair. My name is Christopher Turnell, Deputy Director for Integrated Watershed Management at the California Department of Water Resources, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Like Ms. Pearson said, this is the first time, sounds like, that these three agencies have been at this particular table, but it's by no means the first time that these three agencies have been at a table together on this subject. There's been a lot of really good work done. I just really want to commend Stewardship Council staff for their commitment to really being the glue, if you will, for this three agency group and the commitment we've all made to stay at that table. And we're certainly, as a department, looking forward to more conversation, working relationship development, and progress on our areas of mutual interest. So I'm just going to make some high-level comments to hopefully set the stage a little bit for what I think is to come. I think Ryan and others maybe set this up already a little bit, but a conversation solely or focused on the Delta Levee investment strategy and how that relates to the investments that the Department of Water Resources has made over the last fiscal year, and some of the context as well around the interaction between those two things, that plan, that strategy rather, and our actions. So first what I'll say is that while the conversation today is naturally focused on investments in the Delta, it's obviously about the Delta Levee investment strategy, I think it's really helpful, at least it is for me generally, so by extension I hope it is for you too, to take into consideration when you think about this, when we engage in conversation, the broad array of interests that the Department of Water Resources has in the Delta. You know, in this day and age where we're dealing with limited landscape size and unlimited interest, public interests in land use and decision making and policies, things get complicated, and the Delta is certainly one of those areas. And so, again, just to take this into consideration as we move into the conversation, and this is not necessarily a complete list, but when the department thinks about its role in the Delta, this is at least some of what we think about as it relates to our responsibilities. Protecting Delta water quality, and thus, by extension, water supply. Protecting water supply itself by protecting the movement of Sacramento River water from the north part of the Delta towards the southern part of the Delta. Ongoing maintenance of Delta levees, in part driven by our statutory responsibility to uphold that. Living up to our commitments to the federal government for the upkeep of the state plan of flood control levees, or as they've been referenced already in this conversation, project levees. Addressing emergency response and post-storm damage repair needs. Restoring tidal and floodplain ecosystem habitat to benefit endangered and otherwise listed fish species. The integration of habitat restoration work with our flood management work. Again, getting at this theme of limited landscape, multiple interests. How do we layer these two things together to get the most work done for the best value of public investment? And finally, and again, this is not an all-inclusive list, but finally, delivering system-scale flood projects that reduce pressure on fragile levees. But I want to be really clear about this, and we'll talk about an example coming up here, because it was a project that we funded in this last fiscal year, and thus a part of this conversation. These larger system-scale flood risk reduction investments are really interesting and valuable in that the flood risk reduction value extends far beyond the location of the project itself. And so we'll talk more about that, but think big levee setbacks that open up more room for river systems to do their thing, and in doing so, reducing pressure not only on localized levees, but in areas that extend far beyond that particular project location. So we have other responsibilities and interests, like I said, but that hopefully gives you a little bit of a sense. Water quality, water supply, flood risk reduction, habitat restoration, and the wonderful melding of all of those when possible. So I just want to make a couple more comments, and that is hopefully teeing up some of the rest of the conversation around when you look at what's in your Delta Levy investment strategy as compared to where the Department of Water Resources made funding decisions over the 2018-2019 fiscal year, I will be the first to say that there is variance between those two, between that strategy list and between the decisions that we made. Not complete variance, of course, but there is some significant variance, and so we are here in part to at least begin the conversation of what's that all about, and what can we really collectively, our three agencies and maybe even beyond, take away from that fact? What are we learning from that? So just some things to keep in mind as the conversation gets into more of a detailed granularity. From our perspective, the Delta Levy investment strategy is really intended to help the supply side, if you will, of Delta flood risk management, right? It's about helping to direct the supply of financial resources from the state to where there is need, or in this case, I'm calling it demand. What the Delta Levy investment strategy therefore can't really do is impact the demand. We are a funding agency that, except in the limited cases where we are actually Delta landowners ourselves, we play a somewhat passive role in receiving proactive application for funding from local agencies, whether it be reclamation districts, local governments, nonprofit entities, other state agencies, or all federal partners. So just to keep that in mind, we are really talking, when we're talking about the Delta Levy investment strategy, as one of the variables that goes into this interesting dance between the supply, if you will, and the demand for these investments. And so that does play a role in the variation that I think we're going to be getting into later today. Second thing I want to say is that every year is different. There is no normal year. And so that's very similar to what you hear about the normal line in California. There is no normal, right? When it comes to precipitation in particular. I think that's true for Delta Levy flood protection activities as well. And so probably part of what we're going to be talking about today is the fact that there are a number of investments that were made in the 2018-2019 fiscal year that were in response to storm damage caused during the 2017 storm season. Can we expect that those that we're going to have a similar degree of storm damage this next year to address? Probably not. So there will be variation between years, and because of the nature of storm damage repair projects, those will always be on the natural prioritized from at least a couple of DWR's, Department of Water Resources, funding programs. Every year is different. There is no normal. Next year we could have an entirely different set of circumstances that drives reactionary funding decisions in one way or the other. So just to keep that in mind as well. And lastly, there are these larger multi-benefit system scale projects, and the Lookout Slough Flood Risk Reduction and Habitat Restoration Project, we'll get into a little bit more in a couple minutes, is an example of this. It was not a project that was identified as a priority or a high priority within the Delta Levy investment strategy, but it turns out that it is a levee setback project that increases or that opens up a major bottleneck in the southern part of the Yolo bypass, a significant flood bypass facility in the Sacramento River system, that's layered with 3,000 acres of tidal habitat restoration for the benefit of Delta smelt, salmonids, and other species. And so the project wasn't done per se for levee protection, it was done for flood risk reduction and ecosystem restoration. So did that project again, did that particular levee show up on your Delta Levy investment strategy? No, and probably for good reason. But we still made that investment because it was opportunistic, there was alignment between us and other parties, it got at our obligation for 8,000 acres of tidal habitat restoration and 17 to 20,000 acres of floodplain restoration, and it was in line very much with the document that my colleague Darren Soon just mentioned, the 2017 update of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, which identified that very area as a priority for opening up that flood bypass system to allow more flows to move down that part of the system, therefore relieving pressure on other areas. And just really briefly before I wrap up my remarks, I'll just say that that project is a roughly $120 million project. And so what's also important to keep in mind is that this single project makes up the vast majority of Delta levy-related investments that the department made in the 2018-2019 fiscal year. So there's also that skewing as well. Project scale, project cost, project complexity, layered with these other drivers that we take into consideration, certainly when moving forward with these other either statutory or legal responsibilities for flood risk reduction, ecosystem restoration. And so hopefully that provides a little bit of context, tees up the rest of the conversation, and happy to be here for the entirety of it, of course, to answer questions and can continue that dialogue. So thank you very much.
I think we're ready for the PowerPoint. Hi, I'm Laura Hollander. Good afternoon, council members. I'm a policy advisor and attorney with the Department of Water Resources. I've also been a member of the MOU work group. Chris and I have been sort of leading that effort for the department, and we've really appreciated the forum to do that. I think we've really made some progress, as others have said, sort of aligning our different priorities and our similar priorities and all the work that needs to be done in the Delta. I'm just going to step through the report and then turn it over to Chris Williams. Our report today is going to focus on sort of several things listed here in these bullets. What are our sort of responsibilities? How do we interpret our responsibilities vis-a-vis our mission for water supply, public safety, environmental stewardship? How do our programs and efforts to basically support that mission, how have we made funding decisions related to those in this last fiscal year, and in particular related to levee rehabilitation and improvements? And then sort of our considerations in those programs for how we make decisions. And then we'll end with sort of looking forward towards the next report and look forward to answering questions.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Delta Stewardship Council. My name is Christopher Williams, and I'm a supervising engineer at Department of Water Resources above the flood planning branch within the Division of Flood Management. And I'm going to dive right in and talk about the report focus of this first annual report to the Delta Stewardship Council on levee rehabilitation and improvements, the DWR decisions we've made. Although the proposed regulations that will affect Chapter 7 of the Delta Plan are not yet codified, DWR has made this good faith effort to produce this first annual report consistent with them. As you're intimately aware, the Delta is a unique and important place with several agencies and groups involved. This report does not specifically cover federal actions or efforts from other state agencies, but rather it's focused specifically on the Department of Water Resources. It's not statewide, it's not the Central Valley, it's not coastal issues, but specifically issues within the legal Delta. Of these actions that we've taken in the legal Delta, it's specifically focused on levies and not current expenditures or future costs, but funding decisions that were made in one fiscal year, in this case, fiscal year 18-19, specifically for improvements and rehabilitation projects within that fiscal year. Now, I want to take a little bit of a step back and cover some of the things that are similar to what Deputy Director Turnell covered as well, but talk about all of DWR's responsibilities and areas we have interest. The first is developing and updating the California Water Plan. This is required by Water Code to be updated every 5 years, and our most recent 2018 update focused on sustainability and resiliency. DWR also manages all aspects of the State Water Project, the whole 700 miles of facilities from planning, designing, constructing, and operations and maintenance. This project supplies water to 27 million Californians and supports over $32 billion in agriculture. DWR has a role helping and protect and restore the Delta, from our Delta-specific flood protection efforts to programs such as EcoRestore. Now, besides our flood protection efforts for rural, urban, and small communities, the state also has had a role regulating dams since 1929. Within DWR, our Division of Safety of Dams provides oversight to the design, construction, and maintenance of over 1,200 dams in California. DWR has taken a leading role in planning for the improving of the flood management system. We've also aggressively endeavored to be on the cutting edge of climate change research. This is another area of alignment, definitely between the Delta Stewardship Council and DWR. We also plan for future water needs from the perspective of resiliency, adaptability, and sustainability.
Now, leveraging our relationships that we've established with several key stakeholders at the local, state, and federal level, non-governmental organizations, the agriculture community, and other interest groups, DWR also works really hard to preserve the natural environment and wildlife. We have as our mission to integrate multiple benefits into all of our projects. Through efforts such as our new Headwaters to Floodplains Flood Safety Partnership, we're working with Cal OES and FEMA to promote awareness of flooding issues and educate the public on the flood risks within their communities. DWR manages several grant programs providing much needed funding to areas with flood issues, as well as providing technical assistance to local communities. And lastly, DWR plays an important role in preventing and responding to floods, droughts, and other catastrophic events. Some recent emergency response examples include our assistance within the 2017 storms, and also some larger historical events, such as the Jones Tract levee failure. Many of these flood fighting efforts were in the legal delta. So what I have on the screen before you now is this slide. It represents the 16 DWR programs that have areas of responsibility that either directly or potentially cover the delta levee work. Now, our team, in preparing the report, we reached out to the program managers from each of these programs, and we wanted to discuss levee improvement and rehabilitation work within the delta and gather data. Broadly, these programs cover the themes such as emergency response, local funding assistance, flood risk reduction for urban, rural, and small communities, repairs to the flood system, operations and maintenance, and specific delta issues such as water quality restoration and water conveyance. So getting to the real nuts and bolts of what's in the report, that's what this slide is speaking to. So of those 16 programs that I had on the previous slide, those programs with areas of responsibility within the delta, 5 made funding decisions on levee improvements and rehabilitation in fiscal year 18-19. 23 projects were funded on 19 different islands. There's some important key takeaways that I want to point out here. Of the 23 projects, only 1 was categorized as improvement. The rest were rehabilitation projects. That one improvement project was the Lookout Slough project, and it accounted for just under $119 million of the total. Another important point is that of the remaining $5 million for rehabilitation, roughly 57% of those funds went to projects on high and very high priority islands. So since a little under 119 million of the total went to an improvement project on one specific island, I think it's good that we actually highlight that project here, which is the Lookout Slough project. This project is located in the North Delta. It's on the western side of the bottom end of the Yolo bypass. And this multi-benefit project includes the restoration of important tidal wetland habitat, as well as construction of a new setback levee that meets the objectives of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan to reduce flood risk. This is consistent with the CVFPP state system-wide investment approach strategy to set back levees where possible on both the main stem and bypasses, and increase system-wide flood capacity. This project will provide a 100-year level of flood protection with additional levee height for climate change and sea level rise resiliency. The restoration component is intended to partially fulfill DWR's 8,000-acre tidal habitat restoration obligations pursuant to the 2008 U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service biological opinion. So these are some of the things that DWR considers when making funding decisions. Some of these will rise to the top as I would categorize them as like legally must do, such as cases where the state has made assurances to the Army Corps of Engineers to operate, maintain, repair, replace, and rehabilitate projects. Others are more consistent with our policies and missions and guidelines. Now, some funding decisions, such as the Lookout Slough example, provide multiple reasons for prioritization, such as meeting the restoration targets set by the biological opinions, as well as providing a critical system scale improvement, in this case, a new setback levee, which was identified by the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan. For the example of rehabilitation repairs, I guess I would look at it like once a component of the flood system is damaged, it shouldn't have the same prioritization as established before prior to the damaging event. And it now rises to the top to be considered very high priority. So for some of the rehabilitation projects included in this report, you're going to see that they can be described as critical, meaning that they wouldn't make it through another flood event without failure. So those rose to the top of DWR's priority. DWR is committed to projects that provide flood protection to urban areas and small communities within the Delta, and as mentioned before, we have system-wide considerations that extend throughout the flood system upstream of the Delta. So as far as moving forward, I mean, first and foremost, I want to thank the Delta Stewardship Council, the members of the MOU work group, and also Delta Stewardship Council staff and executive level for all the opportunity to present this to you today and all of the help and collaboration that's gone on. We want to underscore that this report is just one data point. It's based on 1 year, and it undoubtedly future reports may be different and have their own interesting stories to tell. This effort first has really been all about establishing, understanding, transparency, gaining data, and working together. So moving forward, through the MOU work group, we have this opportunity to reflect on this first report and utilize the work group to refine future reports. As I see it, the developments for next year that might affect the report content include things such as the water resiliency portfolio, which I'm pretty sure that we have a draft that's coming out next month. Response to flood events this coming season. We don't know what the coming season will hold, but as Deputy Director Chris Turnell pointed out, if we have a lot of rehabilitation that needs to happen, then you might see that in a future report as well. Visioning for the next California Water Plan, and also funding and scoping of all new projects. So with that, I know it was kind of just a brief synopsis of the report, but we really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And if you have any other questions, either myself or Laura Hollander, or anyone else at the table, we can certainly entertain those questions.
Before Ryan does a concluding statement, I really want to thank all of you and commend you for your willingness to stick with the MOU working group, to work hard, your energy and commitment that you're putting into it. I agree completely with what Chris Williams said about this is one data point, and I look forward to, through the coming years, getting many data points, updating the database. I am hopeful that this working group will work together to keep the database that's the foundation of D-List current and relevant and based on best available science. I agree with you, Chris, that this is about getting data and being transparent and responsible to the public trust with these funds. And I am so happy that this working group is working together and being collaborative and professional. So thank you for your time and effort in this. And also thank you for your good faith in presenting this report while we're going through rulemaking. Ryan, did you want to offer any statements before it opens up to questions from the council members?
I don't, Madam Chair, other than to thank my colleagues for their time, but certainly would open it up to questions at this point.
Any questions from council members? Ken or Oscar?
Thank you for coming here and really, as you noted and the chair noted, you didn't need to do this report this year. So we really appreciate it. It's an opportunity to kind of see things, and from your perspective, it's also, kind of helpful for, I think, all of us, and me especially. I've been on the council 3.5 years, and this issue has been kind of the example of my steep learning curve on some of the issues. So I really appreciate that. I think we have to recognize that, and I've been through this in my career, is that whenever you have to prioritize and you have to formally do it, and there's criteria, it's a change, and it can be difficult. To really commend the working group for working through all of these things, and I think with the stakeholders too. It's a big change. I'm going to just point out, having spent my career at the local level and being one of the first IRWMs that was formed in Southern California, it wasn't easy. And this was the state saying, well, we've got limited resources. You guys, here's some broad priorities. You figure out how you want to spend the money, but be consistent with these priorities. So you're kind of having to do that as the state. So that, you know, and I think we were successful in IRWMs in working through those issues. You know, just trying to get an understanding on the funding source for Lookout Slough, the, you know, 118 million, what was the funding source for that? Is, you know, it's compliance with the BIOP. Does that mean that that's not bond money, it's not general fund money, it's contractor payments to DWR? Is that a difference there?
Yeah, it's a great question. So, excuse me, not only is it a multi-benefit project because of the public values that come out of it, but it's that quintessential example where the funding sources are actually varied too. And that brings with it a whole fun internal conversation around how that gets figured out. And we learned a lot through that process. And that was driven by the fact that roughly $100 million of that project is coming from the state water project, water contractors, and $20 million is coming from, I believe it's Proposition 68, multi-benefit, flood risk, and ecosystem uplift funding.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an important point to make because, you know, to some extent, those are not discretionary dollars from the state. I mean, you'd have to have a cost of service linkage to charge the contractors for that. So that, you know, kind of sets that aside, and maybe that's something that, you know, we need to understand what, you know, what has strings and what doesn't have strings and how that affects your decision making. I did notice that some of the variances had to do with the Army Corps saying, well, this is what we want, and you say, okay, well, if the Army Corps, if that's their priority, then we have to put our funding in. Is that, you know, that's a mixed pot of money? Is that, or what is that kind of the conflict that arose between the priorities and the Army Corps of Engineers?
Sure, Chris Williams. So some of what happens there is, like in the example of like the PL 8499 cost shared repairs, the Army Corps of Engineers has already gone through their own prioritization and they've identified those repairs. And so we provide the LERDs and the cost share to get that repair completed. Now, in instances where the Army Corps of Engineers wasn't going to do that rehabilitation repair, or for some reason they determined it wasn't, then we had our 2017 storm damage program where the state would come in with 100% and cover the costs to get that repair done. For other examples where we have improvement projects that we, you know, like it's a project levy, or we've made those assurances prior to the Army Corps of Engineers, that's always going to rise to the top of the list for the state and for DWR to continue to do those projects where there is a project there.
Yeah, we have agreements, legal binding agreements for operations and maintenance of the state plan of flood control levees that we've made with the federal government. So that is a priority for us, and, you know, will be to keep those levees maintained.
Okay, and just kind of, I think, Chris, your comment about we don't control the demand side of this is really, you know, where you are awarding funds where they're just, you know, the high priority areas weren't coming in. And is that, you know, is that a match requirement that's dissuading them? Is that maybe, you know, need to do more outreach, or it's just administratively they view it as just too burdensome to participate? And I don't know. I mean, that's something probably that's important for us to understand.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd like to understand that better myself. So my comment was more around the fact that that might be a driver of some of the variance between where our funding decisions were directed towards and priorities as identified in the Delta Levy investment strategy. I'm not actually positive that that lack of application proactivity, if you will, is what resulted in fewer of those higher priority projects being funded. But I think that does make sense in general, that we do have to essentially wait, except for those few instances where we do own property in the Delta and make, you know, our own funding decisions related to the upkeep of that. We are essentially a passive entity until we are propositioned for state financial assistance. And so if there happens to be some priority levies that have certain improvement needs to them, and we don't hear about that from local agencies that have responsibility over those areas, it would it would result in some mismatch there.
Maybe that's a function of better understanding, or maybe it's outreach on I don't know, but maybe that's something I'm not sure, it's DWR or Flood Board or our staff to just get a better understanding, because, if the high priority areas or the very high are not coming in to take advantage of the programs, then
Yeah.
there's
And
something we need to do.
There's a variety of factors. Just one example is we have a new program this year, the Flood Maintenance Assistance Program, and that's basically open to anyone who has deferred maintenance needs. They can sign up for that, but they do have to sign an operations and maintenance and rehabilitation and agreement to maintain those levees in perpetuity. And several RDs didn't sign up because they didn't want to sign that agreement. So there's a variety of factors of why certain things get funded and which ones do and don't that actually have to do with the program.
Yeah, and so maybe, future reports, we can kind of flesh out some of those issues a little more details. Just one last question, comment, is the decision-making tool is a tool. And so, it's got what's in there, the data that's in there, and it comes out with, whatever the output is. I mean, I never viewed it as a set-in-stone thing. I mean, there needs to be input, and I would think of future adjustments to it to reflect, other variables or new information. So maybe that's a part of the process, is hearing you guys are using it, and it's a tool. So by definition, it's supposed to be helpful. And if there, needs to be changes to it or whatever, I think that's something that, we should all keep an open mind. I mean, that was the first shot at it. I'm sure it's not the last. So, no, thank you. Great presentation, and really, commend you guys for all the progress that's been made and taking the initiative on doing the first report. It's great.
Thanks, Ken. Oscar?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you everybody for coming. So it's good to know that we are much closer to sort of finding some paths where we can work together in light of some of the consternation, I think, that was expressed at the August meeting, where before this body there was a proposal to move forward expeditiously in the promulgation path, which I think always creates a little bit of consternation for many people when you begin to when you codify things in a way that now creates a priority list that may not align with what everybody wants to do. But I think this process worked pretty well. I don't see, at least at the moment, I don't see a lot of concern about kind of how it's worked in terms of where the priorities lied, what the variances were, the ongoing need to continue to work together. It seems like that seems to be making progress, which I think is what everybody wants to see. But at the same time, it sounds like there are many more needs than there is funding. In light of the fact that there may be funding opportunities around the corner, it would seem to me that this would be a great opportunity to work together to try to further align priorities that might weave together opportunities to continue to work on the Delta levees in areas where we all know there's huge needs, but just not enough money. So I want to throw that out there because I think this working group might serve as a great starting point for that conversation in the very near future, where we can find paths where we can work together. But by the same token, I guess maybe, and for anybody who wants to chime in, the question of the rulemaking and putting in stone, if you will, a list of priorities, as I said earlier, creates some degree of consternation. And I wonder, maybe it sounds like, Ryan, you're getting ready to answer, if there's a path other than that might be just as good, just as effective, in light of the fact that I think Mr. Trinnell indicated there's going to be times when we're going to need to deviate from what might be a list of priorities that have been set out for good reason. And that good reason might go year after year after year, and then maybe not a year or two, whatever the case might be. And so I think there's good reason to know that there's some sort of embedded flexibility in the process that's used. But I guess I go back to the question about what was proposed, and I'm certain it was before my time for good reason that the promulgated path was what was laid out in front of us. And so I wonder, is there an alternative? I know that's not before us today as a question, it's just an update. But if there might be a path that might be different than what was proposed, despite the decision in August of 2018, I think it was, that this body decided that would be the preferred path.
Yeah, I think I would maybe first start by acknowledging that the council took action, I believe, in April of 2018 with regards to adopting what was before the council at that time. And I want to certainly, the staff was in responding to that decision. In terms of alternatives, so I don't want to necessarily commit from a staff perspective that there are alternatives to consider. I think acknowledging, though, that prior to the August hearing, an August discussion, staff had an opportunity to sit down and work with some of the local interests. And I think it was a very instructive opportunity. I think we acknowledged that moving forward in the rulemaking, I think it's absolutely critical that those discussions continue. And in terms of what fruit that bears and whether there's different pathways, I like I said, I wouldn't want to commit to that, but I think there's opportunities to maybe look at different ways to improve and refine, whether that's in rulemaking or other ways.
Fair enough.
Oh, Darren, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to chime in after hearing both Councilmember Weinberg and Councilmember Vegas's points, really touching upon the work in progress and that the first iteration of this report, and we're continuing to refine, how we all interact and how we govern and interact with this tool. I think those are very appropriate statements, and we're very encouraged at the conversations thus far. I think some of the questions you mentioned, Councilmember, about investments, non-federal investments with the Army Corps and prioritizations. I mean, our subventions program that we work very closely with DWR, who manages the program for us. That is a is a program that when locals submit for operations and maintenance technical support. Those are guidelines that are developed by DWR, approved by the board, and so I just wanted to highlight the partnership that happens. So it's not always a clear picture. And to your point, this tool, we're trying to work through it now and improve upon it going forward. But I think, I'm encouraged that I think we'll continue to refine, and it'll be an even better product going forward. Thank you.
So I have a few questions that are going to get us down into the weeds a bit. Heads up. Thank you so much for giving us the written version of the report ahead of time. In Table 4 on page 26, in the row Delta Levees Maintenance Subventions, there's a sentence, the second sentence, each fiscal year the program receives authorization from the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to spend a set funding amount. How is that set funding amount set? What is it? Is it the size of the pie, or the criteria, or?
Chair Tyne, I don't have the details on the
okay.
program. It varies each year. We have in fact, DWR's report or program that there's a whole list of the decades. It's a over 40-year program. For those who don't know, over $220 million have been invested, but ranges from 10 to 15 million. I think 10 million was the most recent amount each year. But there's a need, and then the board will approve that need, but it comes forth from DWR and the applicants as well.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious because there are surprise years, the surprise events and 97 floods, et cetera. So if we go beyond the set amount, or when the need goes beyond what was set, what happens?
Yeah. Chair Tatine, I'm going to defer to our counsel, Jeet Dua, who might have some more
Okay.
information about
Hi,
it.
Jeet.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Tatayan. Just briefly to touch on your question. So typically what happens is subventions program staff comes before the board with their anticipated budget for the upcoming year, what they anticipated needs are, and that's ranged from approximately 10 to 12 million per year. And so they bring that to the board then approves it, and that's the set amount that's available for subventions funding for the next year coming.
I see.
And then they come back and report on what was expended the previous year. So that kind of sets a trend. Since my tenure with the board, they haven't had a demand that's been over the projected amount. So
Oh.
I can't speak to that at this point, what would happen, but that's a good question. I think, I don't know, Robert could answer it if it's over. Yeah. Oh, yes. Name is Jeet Dua. I'm the board's legal counsel. Thank you.
Robert Charney with, excuse me, DWR's Delta Levees program. Annually, the subventions program accepts applications from the local agencies in terms of how much they expect to spend on subventions. And those applications are assembled, and the subvention staff makes an estimate on how much is actually going to get done, because it's usually a little bit less than their expectations, and we go before the board to request that amount. There have been years when the amount was in excess. The subvention staff goes back to the board and asks for an increase in funding, and it has generally been approved.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. In, I'm looking at this slide on DWR's considerations for funding decisions, and this is very informative. It really points to a much bigger picture about the considerations. And it leaves me wondering when, in future years, when we have this report and there are variances, as there will likely be, is there an explanation, or will there be an explanation of what was on D-list that wasn't funded and why? So, for example, was it because it wasn't shovel-ready, or because it wasn't multi-benefit, or et cetera? I'm sure there was a good rationale. I'm just curious what it would be.
Yeah, others can weigh in here. Madam Chair, I would say that there weren't, as far as I understand, there aren't projects per se that are identified in Delta Levee Investment Strategy. There are areas of levee need that are ranked in priority per the strategy. And so I suppose we could go through and list that in the entirety of Delta Levee mileage that is ranked per the D-list by category and compare that with funding decisions. I think our, at least first attempt at this was to do the reverse of that and say, here's where we made decisions and here's how that then lines up with the Delta Levee Investment Strategy. So we could consider a flip-flop of that. I'll stop there.
I think another way might be to approach that in the future is to better understand where there were applications that might have landed on the list that were not ready to be funded by your determination, and why.
And if I could also add from a board perspective, I think we would look to the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan in consistency with that as well, from a strategic perspective.
Well, it's really heartening to me, the way you all are working together, because this administration is making it clear in discussions about the water resilience portfolio that we need to get beyond our silos and be creative and change the conversation. And this is one example, I think, of changing the conversation, and it will continue to evolve and change. The tool will be improved, as Ken suggested. Nothing is set in stone. The look toward multiple benefits and climate resilience, it's just really heartening. So thank you. Randy.
Thank you, Chair. Great start
and appreciate the opportunity to visit with you. This gathering's been a long time coming, and I'm encouraged. In terms of the 7 projects that are identified from the very high and high level priority list, were there any other projects that fell in the very high or high priority list that were denied this year?
Not that we're aware of. So I did reach out to our Delta Levees staff and went through some of the data this morning to look at potentially an answer to that question. And as far as we're aware, no, there wasn't any situation where we had something that, a project that was on a high or very high priority island that was submitted that for one reason or another didn't get funded by DWR. So.
Great. Were there any projects on any of the 3 categories that submitted projects that were denied this year?
I think we'll have to get back to you on that, the nuts and bolts. I don't know offhand.
Okay. It kind of goes to Chris's comment earlier about meeting demand. The criticism in the past has been that only projects that are ready, projects that are ready receive the priority, and that's where the money has gone in the past. So I guess in an effort to try and direct funds to areas where the risk has been determined to be the highest, it's our hope over time that will begin to move away from simply addressing project-ready applicants to those where the highest level of risk to state interest exists. So hopefully we're on that path. Of the 7 projects that were funded from the very high and high priority, were the investments adequate to move them down in the priority? In other words, was it a weakness that was addressed, but they still remain on that list? And I know you'll probably have to get back to me on that. But I'm just curious if there's any examples of high priority or priority listed tracts or islands that received enough money and the projects were adequate to reduce the risk.
So the ones covered in the 18-19 fiscal year, the 7 that you're referring to were on the high and very high priority. Those were rehabilitation projects. It's from my understanding that when those funds did go out, that the rehabilitation money was to complete that project to the level of protection or the way it was prior. So it wasn't necessarily any kind of a betterment or improvement, but it's my understanding that yes, those rehabilitation funds brought them up to where they should be.
Okay, all right. Because it leads to the question about how frequently are we going to need to update the database, and when will that trigger a reprioritization because we've addressed the weaknesses in these very high and high priority areas. And I guess for this year, although the database could be upgraded, it probably doesn't result in a change in the priorities.
Right.
Is that?
That's fair.
Okay.
That's very fair.
All right,
I think one of the main benefits that we saw through the working group and just being able to walk through this process of producing this first annual report really gave us a lot more information that we're going to be taking back to the work group to, full steam go into looking at the database and all the different inputs that go into the tool and how we could improve that and whatnot. So that was the main benefit of walking through this first report and actually doing it instead of just talking to what it might look like, but actually trying to do a first annual report. So it's been very beneficial.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. That's, as I said, this is a good step in the right direction, and appreciate the reporting.
Yeah, thank you. So we do have a number of public comments. First is Tom Zuckerman here? Hey, Tom. Central Delta Water Agency.
I am Tom Zuckerman, representing the Central Delta Water Agency, and I've had the opportunity to address you several times on this same subject, and I apologize for perhaps being somewhat repetitive, but the feelings that I express here are deeply held by the local practitioners in the Delta, and I might point out that when Howard Way was drafting the original Delta Levy Program legislation, we were part of that. And I've been involved the entire length of the thing and many years before that time with my family with farmland in the Delta and fighting floods. And so the experience level runs very long and very deep with me. And consequently, my feelings about it are also rather deep. And I apologize in advance if I am offending anybody by these comments, because I think, as I've stated before, that the prioritization program got off to a poor start and hasn't completely rectified those mistakes along the way. And I understand it's difficult for many of you who don't have similar experiences or depth of knowledge in the Delta to deal with these issues, because they are complex, and there's a lot involved in trying to work it all out, not just from a point of view of what's being protected, but what the possible sources of funding are, and who's ready and who isn't, and what can be done, and various other types of interests that are being protected in these multi-benefit projects, where there are other sources of funding that are available or should be available to assist in that. And I think what Chris Turnell described when the project that absorbed $120 or $118 million this year was a good example of that. And maybe I'll get back to that a little bit later. But the main thing I want you to understand is what a terrific program this has been. And if you look and try to compare what the state of California has done in terms of other infrastructure issues over the last 20 or 25 years, the levy program really stands out. Probably the finest example of state and local participation and cooperation. The chart that is included in the DWR presentation, it's the first chart, is a little bit actually misleading, but that's the one that you have in your hand there, yeah. Since FEMA came out...
Excuse me, Tom, I just want folks who are watching to understand that the chart that Mr. Zuckerman is referring to is in the DWR's State Funds Awarded for Delta Levee Improvement and Rehabilitation Projects, November 2019. It's figure 1 on page II.
Right. And the points I wanted to make is before we had the reasonably funded Delta levy programs, we had a lot of catastrophic levee events in the Delta. I mean, I think they've chronicled in the California Atlas over 100 flooding events over a relatively short period of time. But after the poor experience we had with the levees in the early 80s, the federal people came out and said, hey, state, you're not doing enough to mitigate against these problems. And that was sort of the genesis for the higher fundings, the schedule that began to go into the Delta levy programs, which was about 85, 88, somewhere in that time. If you look at the line that is drawn on that chart in terms of the number of levee failures that we've had since that time, that actually includes things that are not either in the Delta or were islands that were engineered to flood during levee periods, where their flood easements had been purchased previously by the state or the federal government. We have had one storm-induced levee failure in the Delta over about the last 20 years, and only 2 levee failures during that period of time. They're actually in the Delta. So with the application of this $700 million, which is a relatively modest amount of public expenditure compared to some of the things we're considering doing these days, we've almost completely stopped what was a historical flooding sequence on a regular basis with major storms in the Delta. Unless you think that we haven't had any high water over that period of time, let me disillusion you of that. We've had some very, very historic and major flood events during that same period of time. So this is a program that has worked. And it's worked well, and it has dedicated people who are sitting in front of you at the dais here who work in it on a day-to-day basis and have done an excellent job of taking care of this program. The concept that we see from the ground level perspective in the Delta is we have a system of levees around the major islands. It's very important to maintain. They work as a system. When one of them fails, it threatens its neighbor. If it isn't rectified, the neighbor levee is going to fail, and pretty soon the whole house of cards is going to come down. So we look at this as a system of levees that we need to maintain at a defensible level, which is basically the agricultural protection level that has been established by both the state and the federal government in their standards. That level of protection is the highest priority that in the whole system, because without understanding that and protecting it and keeping the funds flowing to the eligible projects in that deal, we're going to have a major disaster on our hand at some point in the future. Now, those levees, that will protect what's called an agricultural standard, which is 1.5 feet above high water and levee slopes and so forth. That may not be adequate level of protection for an island that has a state levee, a state highway going across it, or a gas pipeline that serves the military, or the water delivery projects for the state and federal water projects, or any one of a number of different things that crisscross the Delta in if you try to put them all on one map, it's so complicated you can't even just make it all out. But in each of those instances where there is an asset on those islands that requires a higher level of protection or a lower degree of risk, there are other economic interests that can share in the further improvement of those levee systems to provide that higher degree of protection. And that's something that your policy doesn't take into account. Your policy, as we interpret it, is to say, take all the available money that you have and sequester it over here for the highest priority levees. And that simply, it ignores reality, ignores the successful history of this program, and we hope that it doesn't prevail. We've previously in your rulemaking workshops, I think Mr. Nomalini, on behalf of the same agency that I represent, suggested some definitional changes in your language that would support the theory that we all look at as the proper way of doing this, to get this defensible system in place that we can then maintain and have enough assets during these emergency times to go out and make sure that we don't have major failures. The one point I intended to make that I overlooked at this point is it is also important to have federal partnership in this process. The reason we have a subventions program and a special levies program was because FEMA got tired of funding these disasters that were occurring. So they have insisted that the state maintain its efforts up to a level that would justify federal participation when we do have problems. A major amount of money has come into the Delta during these emergency situations. Without a commitment to protect the system, you really are at the risk of losing federal support during these times of emergency, and I hope you wouldn't lose sight of that. There are other people here that want to address you, and I have probably taken up more than my share of time already, but thank you very much for the opportunity. I realize the staff has not yet had an opportunity, or at least hasn't responded to the requests that were made during the workshop. We hope you'll continue to work on that, work with us, and come out of this thing with a investment strategy that makes sense. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks for being with us today. Next up is Gilbert Cosio, MBK Engineers.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. I don't know exactly where to start because I've been at this for 36 years. What I'm about to say may ruin my reputation or, send my career into a tailspin, but I have to commend DWR for this report. I mean, this is a great start, and certainly the presentation, as you heard Mr. Chanel and others explain, really starts getting to the crux of what I've been trying to explain to you guys for a long time, yet I couldn't formulate it in the words they did. This is a very complicated system. And those of us who have been at this for a long time have been working together. As Ms. Hollander mentioned, we've got this FMAP program. That's the result of 2 years after the 2017 working with the Flood Board to try to figure out how do we correct this problem where we let a lot of these levees become ineligible in the Appeal 99 program because that was hurting the state, hurting us, and certainly was not getting us anywhere. And so we've been, behind the scenes, for years we've been doing this. The Delta Levees Subventions Program and Special Projects Program, when it first got started in 1988, we had a few hiccups, and so in 1991, the Secretary of Resources said, we're gonna form a group. You guys are gonna get together, hash out all your problems, and make this program work. And so we did. So beginning in 1992, and to this day, we've been meeting once a month. And it's morphed into a nice platform to not just discuss the levees program, but other things that come up. And so, in fact, all the people, the dais here, have been there and participated to a certain extent. And that's the kind of experience I have that I think that we can, like I said, this is a great start, and I think we can improve on it because I think that the key is education. I think what this is a very glimpse, a snapshot of the 2018-19 fiscal year, but there's a lot more that can go into it. I'll give you an example. It looks like the money that was awarded is all the work we're doing right now, and it's not, because some things like special projects didn't get awarded this last year. But we're working, just our company alone is just finishing up, I'd say 6 special projects. We're finishing up on Dutch Slough, McCormick-Williamson Tract, Prospect Island, several other levee stability projects. In fact, 2 weeks ago, we planted our last tree for mitigation on a project that was part of the fiscal 2012 special projects. So there's a lot that is going on constantly that isn't really reflected here. And then also, a lot of what's here is just reporting the current status of a lot of these programs, but you really have to go back and look at where we started, what we went through, and how we got to where we are, because then that tells you what's out there, what's the need, and like Mr. Chanel explained, there's just not a demand sometimes. One of our high priority islands is Grand Island, and I can tell you right now, Grand Island's not going to go after a multi-benefit project. They're a project levy. They really can't plant trees on their levy. They've got plenty of money because one of their former presidents, Dennis Leary, whose family settled in the Delta shortly after the Civil War, in 1996, a month before Prop 218 passed, said, I don't want to go through a Prop 218. We're going to go ahead and raise our assessment now, and we'll make it variable if landowners can't pay it every year, and we'll generate money that'll keep us happy forever. And that's where they are now. They're doing the LOI SWIFT, they're doing other things, but they're not taking the FMAP money because they didn't want to sign the OMRR&R agreement. But they had the wherewithal 23 years ago because of Mr. Lurie to generate the funds, and so they're doing what they're supposed to do, and it's all great cooperation. So the key here is we just need to keep talking. I think this MOU group, as they keep talking, certainly we've been working with the Flood Board and DWR. We'll probably have to work more with your staff to really flesh out what we're doing out here and how do we move on in the future together, because it can be done, but it's extremely complicated. But I think together we can kind of work things out. Thank you.
Gil, if at the risk of putting your career in jeopardy, you and I have talked for 3 years regularly about the development of the levy investment strategy. Is there anything in the current application of funds that you've seen that waves a red flag? Because I'm hearing your comment to say that it's turning out okay, that you don't have the kind of concerns that you expressed early on as we were developing this approach?
Yeah, I think my concern is that it just didn't fit. And I think Chris explained it better than I could, that we just don't have a pot of money that suddenly everybody's coming after and you put it through this computer program, it spits out the right answer. It just doesn't happen that way. And then we got multi-benefits, multi-objectives, basic information as far as maintenance, what isn't maintenance. It's just so complicated that I think if we sat down and really hashed it out, we could probably get close to where you want to be, but it's not going to be exactly the way it was designed.
Thank you, Gil.
You're welcome.
Thank you for risking your career. So next up, Melinda Terry, California Central Valley Flood Control Association.
Good afternoon, Melinda Terry, California Central Valley Flood Control Association. I too would really like to commend the department, particularly for their first, report. It really does a good job of, I think, showing the complexity that is involved in funding decisions that are made. And as Chris said, it starts with demand as well, but there's so many different funding sources, and they're each different depending on what type of levy it is, what type of levy work is being done, and that local need that he talked about. It's part of the reason why, last year when you adopted the amendment to the plan with the prioritization, that our association raised a lot of concerns. We had a lot of meetings, tried to, talk to you about how it really is so much more complex in terms of these different funding sources. So really appreciate that. But in fact, the amendment did include a requirement to have this report done. So I do want to thank the council too, because I really look forward to being able to hear this report every year. And I think it is part of why you were created, because we need to kind of get a handle on it. There's so many different pots of money for the different types of levies and work that's being done, as I mentioned. So somebody has to kind of compile it. So I do appreciate that part, but we obviously are very interested in additional revisions to the proposed regulations. We submitted our comments, and we've heard that there are meetings, but we've, not had the opportunity to have further discussions on what these revisions could look like. As Gilbert said, I think, there's a way, hopefully we can get around this, but this, currently, as you heard, may not reflect. The urban levies are an example I'll give you is urban levies in the secondary zone. We've got these different pots of money, but we all have heard of the subventions program. Urban levies in the secondary zone are not eligible for subventions. They have to go to a different, funding source, and that's why the report's kind of good, shows you that. But it's based on that demand thing but it's also then based on, did they get congressional funding, right? You first have to get those projects, there's feasibility studies, all that, and then there's 2 levels of funding approvals, and then you're ready, and then the locals have to give their match. So as they said in their verbal presentation, it really is going to change year to year, but I think you will see those prioritization areas that you're looking at, eventually come up. And again, hopefully this report is a really good way for us to annually track that. The other thing is, I did really like the questions that you asked about the funding sources initially, like the Lookout Slough, because I was sitting back there and I was having the same question. I do think since DLIS is really about the state investments, it would be nice that we're, what they're doing the report, that it's really looking at what was the state funding portion. Maybe the footnote talks about, hey, we're getting water contractor money, for these great multi-benefit projects as well. And, again, we really want to work on revisions so that it fixes, hopefully, these interpretation issues that, Tom Zuckerman just talked to you about, how we're interpreting how you've written your amendment and your reg, that this pot of money has to get set aside and be spent here, and then if there's money left over down here. And as you heard, that's really not how the real world exists. So we do look forward to that opportunity to try to work with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Melinda. Next up is Justin Frederickson, California Farm Bureau.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Justin.
Thank you.
Just speaking, thank you for the update and the process. Speaking or attempting to speak from the perspective of agricultural landowners and members that Farm Bureau have in the Delta, I just wanted to put a few thoughts out there. I wanted to say, with the understanding that comments are under consideration as noted in the agenda item today, the rule is still in flux, or not final anyway. Understanding that there are the three agencies are talking. There's this MOU process. Seeing that this presentation and that DWR's various programs and priorities are still in play and being taken into account, and this is attempting to fold into that, and that there's this variance process that was talked about, the report, which has received accolades today and sounds like it's a good step forward. Despite all of that, I still feel concerned about the rule and about the DLS-IIS priorities in general. I feel concerned about some of the words like where it talks about near-term priorities in the document on the table over there today. If this is near-term, what is long-term? It sort of begs that question for me. Where are we going with this? Is this just an interim moving towards something more expansive? That gives me anxiety. I also, I feel, some angst about words like implementation of the DLIS. Like it's a plan that's going to be handed down and everyone must conform to it and it overlays on everything. That's concerning. Concern about a rulemaking in general that is codifying something from a Delta plan that is supposed to be enforceable, requires consistency findings, so forth and so on. How is this overlaying with all of this? And it looks like it worked out more or less this year, but how is it going to work out in future years? To a layperson like me, someone who's not in these rooms, it feels somewhat non-transparent, it feels fragile, it feels provisional, it feels like it's going to require constant vigilance and effort and coming back every year. And honestly, it's the dynamic that I've seen for years with Delta levy funding and general subventions. Every few years, there's a fire drill, and we have to flail our arms around and beg for money to keep above water. I don't think it should be that way because these are critical programs that work well. They're lifeline programs. Also, while coordination among state agencies is good, and at a policy and manager level, as near as I can tell, primarily, it's not a full picture. You need the technical people, you need the Gil Cosios and the levy subventions folks in the room explaining the technicalities. You need the RDs, and you need the locals because maintaining these levies is a partnership. It's a partnership that has worked well at all levels, federal, state, local, private landowners, and the communities protected. And so far, I don't see where that half of the equation is occurring. And so that dialogue and that mutual education, I would invite to occur as we move towards the final rule. So.
Justin, are you familiar with any projects that were submitted for funding that were denied this year?
Like, I have not reviewed this report, and so I can't speak to the details.
But in terms of your membership, you're concerned about ag islands. Are you familiar with any projects that were submitted this year that were denied funding?
Like I said, I can't speak to the details, but I see that there were 16 other priority funded. So that is what I said. I acknowledge that it looks like it worked out this year, but what about future years? And what do the words of this rule say? And where is the dialogue occurring with the locals who are part of this partnership? Thanks. Was there another question?
No, I wanted to thank you, Justin, for taking the time to be here and comment.
Yeah, and I don't mean to give everyone flack. I understand everybody's been working on this for years. Nobody wants to throw anything in the garbage. I don't think that needs to work. I hope that this can, become part of the fabric of everything else that needs to be taken into account, has been taken into account for years, and that we're not parachuting into something in a way that does not fit. And I don't think that's anyone's intent here, so I'm hopeful.
Next up is Deirdre Desjardins, California Water Research. And Deirdre, did you, I see that you gave us a table.
Yes.
Is that available on the table of handouts or?
No, I apologize.
Oh, no, that's quite all right.
Yeah, I will send the PDF in.
Okay,
for
thank you.
posting on the website. So I did want to, if people could pull up the table, the Central Delta Water Agency commented that the DLIS tool doesn't pull out the primary delta from the secondary delta where there's very large urban populations. So I did. The first page shows the communities. I did Clarksburg area based on the lower San Joaquin flood plan, and I totaled up 9,632 people living there, and about 31% are living in islands marked other or only high priority. It was said, if we go to page 5, it will show you, it was said, well, the levees in the North Delta, unless the legacy towns are in the North Delta, are in better condition. But I pulled out the hazard level, and on page 6 it says hazard level B is moderate likelihood of either levee failure or the need to flood flight to prevent levee failure. Hazard level C is high likelihood, and you will see that Clarksburg, some of the islands are all B or C. Cortland's are B or lacking data. So there are islands. Cortland has a public school. So it is a concern for these communities, whether they will be protected, whether they will have adequate funding. I'm glad to see the Small Communities Program in DWR's list of programs. The other concern I have is that you have not transitioned. There's talk of an alternate North Delta intake to protect against sea level rise. That has not been constructed, and with sea level rise eating into the freeboard of these levees, I looked, Bolden Island south on the proposed main tunnel route, one of the proposed main routes, it's all high or other, and if you let it eat into the freeboard, you're rolling the dice. Starting 2040, you could still be in the middle of construction, and you're rolling the dice every year, and it could all flood if they're not beefed up. And if you look up in the North Delta, there's a whole stretch of Highway 160 that's not protected on either side, and God forbid people should be not just trying to get back and forth, but hauling stuff for this project. I mean, I'm sorry, but as an engineer, the word moronic comes to mind. I mean, this isn't even in DWR's best interest. This is not in the state's best interest to abandon these highways. The DLIS tool, I looked, how could they do this? Well, you say Caltrans has a climate adaptation plan, but you haven't included it, and you only weight the islands as to whether there's a public roadway or not, as if Twin Cities Road is somehow different than Highway 160. But the levees investment strategy really doesn't adequately address transportation, and it really doesn't adequately address even whether you would be able to finish this major construction project in the Delta without catastrophic interruptions. And it doesn't address the little Delta legacy communities. And I will say for sea level rise, you're right on the forefront of climate adaptation, and if you're not going to fund improvements to the levees for those communities, then you have to have a plan for safely dealing with it. You can't just leave a place with schools and homes and just say, well, we're just not going to pay for upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. Jessica, did you want to offer some observations?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think my observation sitting here today after being part of this project for really the better part of 7 years now, and Councilmember Villegas used the term expeditious, and I try not to spit out my water, and maybe by some government standards, this is expeditious, but it's not as expeditious as I think the legislature would have intended. I do want to remind people that the reason we're here is because the legislature directed the council to do this. They directed the council to set priorities. There was a recognition, a perception that that had not been done. And I think where we've landed is we really want transparency so that we can understand and we can have a productive dialogue with our state agency team and also with the locals about how decisions are being made, what's driving those decisions, what can be improved, and where are we headed over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years. And this is a start, as Councilmember Fiorini said. We built flexibility into the tool. There's a variance for a reason. I think that there's a working group for a reason, so that this is a living, breathing tool that will be updated as the Delta Plan is updated, using adaptive management, using best available information as it becomes available. We will learn and we will adjust going forward. Frankly, if we hadn't been pursuing a regulation on this, I'm not sure there'd be a report to discuss today. So I want to recognize the good faith effort of the Department of Water Resources in that and the partnership of the Flood Board. But I think we're making progress. I think it's incremental progress, and I think we recognize that we still have details to work through, and we remain committed to working through those details.
Well, with that, I want to thank you all again. This is, as Gil Cosio said, this is a good start. And Oscar, did you want to?
Just a comment or a question. First of all, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Jernell. First of all, you've received a lot of praise for good reason. I mean, I think the way in which DWR came forward with this report, I think there's consensus that this certainly represents a good step forward on multiple ranges, and so thank you for that. The question that I think has surfaced, at least for me, representing the Delta Protection Commission, which really represents a lot of local interests, is local participation. And so I'm wondering, as we go forward, obviously there'll be fine tuning, as I think you've indicated in terms of the report and how this is the first cut at it, is if we could include, as part of the next iteration of it, some indication of local participation, much like what's already happened, but maybe have it memorialized in the report that reflects local participation. Because I do believe that that's in part what has given us this opportunity to sort of praise the report, is that there has been good dialogue, good communication, element of transparency. And I think those are all important. And so I think as a step to consider going forward, at least certainly for the next report, is maybe, as I said, memorializing it or indicating it in some form or fashion that the report reflects true local collaboration. Because at the end of the day, as indicated by some of the public testimony, that's how projects are going to get done. I mean, otherwise you end up in all kinds of problems. And so I think having the localist agencies truly at the table in a meaningful way is going to make all the difference in the world. So I ask that as a question, if that's something that we could consider going forward to embed it as part of this process.
Yeah, Councilmember, I think it absolutely is. I think what we heard from some of the public speakers is that a number of these programs, if not all of them, but a couple in particular, Delta Levee subventions and special projects, are models, really, in a lot of ways, for state administration of local assistance, financial assistance programs. And so built into those examples and all the others that we mentioned are robust processes for public engagement. And so if what you're asking about, or maybe even suggesting, is can we articulate those ingrained public processes in this annual report going forward? And then I would also probably suggest we include a description of the Delta Levee habitat Levee and Habitat Advisory Committee work. Because the importance of that forum, if that's what you're suggesting, and just so I'm clear, I think we can absolutely do that. I think it makes most sense to keep the construction of this report amongst the agencies that you see at the table here. I don't think anybody in the right mind would like to, sit over our shoulder as we type that thing out. But we can be certainly more clear about the public processes that are built in already.
Well, and from the flood board perspective, during the development of the 2017 update, the board had working groups, the RFMPs, with local stakeholder participation. That was very successful. I think the three organizations you see here we had talked about including a couple stakeholder members as part of this working group. But at the time, I think we were saying, hey, let's try to get the state on one page first. I'll throw it out to my colleagues, and maybe at our next meeting, I think we're there where we could entertain bringing in, one or two members to be representatives as part of this MOU working group. So.
Well, again, thank you. Thank you for the excellent start. And if we don't see you sooner, we'll see you next year.
Thank you.
Why don't we just keep going here? We're on to agenda item 8, Delta Water Master update. Welcome, Mr. Michael George.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the council. I'm delighted to be kind of batting cleanup here this afternoon. Thank you. And I won't be too terribly offended by Mr. Zuckerman's groan when I was announced. I am pleased to be here today to give you an update on the activities and initiatives by the Office of the Delta Water Master. So can we get the slides up? Thank you. So just first of all, kind of an overview. The organizing principle of our office is really to prepare for times of shortage. We're charged with managing a complex water rights system in the Delta, and that management becomes most acute in times of shortage. So I do focus a lot on that, and many of the updates that I'll provide today are through that prism. So first of all, I want to let you know about where we are in terms of staffing. Secondly, I want to talk about the progress that we've made on an issue that we've talked about here before, which is measurement of diversions in the Delta. Give you an idea of where we are in Term 91 administration and how we're improving that and what it means to the rest of the water rights system. Want to continue to keep the spotlight on the deterioration in the southern Delta, and I was watching a lot of the your meeting this morning from my office, and so Oscar, I want to come back to one of the issues that you raised about sedimentation and how it's different in different parts of the Delta. And finally, I want to give you an update on, or not an update, but tell you about a new initiative that we're pursuing, which is an investigation of water rights on one of the Delta islands. So first of all, I'm pleased to say that we have returned to full strength. We went throughout the summer, which is the heavy water use season and reporting season and so forth, without a water resource control engineer. We are very pleased to have Lindsay Kameyer have joined us. And she's actually out in the Delta today, so couldn't be here for the meeting. You see some of her background and experience there, but I will just tell you, we've managed to gain a whiz. She's terrific. She's already making big contributions. She's only been with us for a little over a month.
Michael, did you point out that she's from Cal Poly?
So as you know, I'm agnostic about this. I'm a Notre Dame boy, but I do know that there are certain tensions that I've recognized between Cal Poly and UC Davis, and I will point out that she has credentials from both. So in terms of preparing for the next drought, and as I say on the slide here, looking over the horizon, not just to deal with what we're focused on for the next drought, which may have already started and we may be heading into it, but how it's going to change over time. And I know that's been one of the themes of your meeting today, and I will want to talk a bit more about that. But the first principle here is to consolidate learning from the last drought. And, you know, what lessons there are, how do we apply them? And the first and most important part of that is engaging with the water community. So instead of thinking that somehow we're going to bring tablets down from the mountain to the waiting hordes, we've really tried to engage with the community and recognize with a certain amount of humility that there is definitely two-way learning that needs to go on. We have identified a lot of areas where we definitely share objectives and can work very closely together. And we've also been able to provide a lot of compliance assistance because some of the regulations that are involved with water rights administration of the Delta are changing. They're going to be under a lot of pressure as we continue to change, as demands change. And so helping the water community to manage compliance has been one of the things that we've really worked on. Now, we've gotten a lot of support from the Delta community, and I've reported to you in the past that we've essentially eliminated the failure to file problem. We've got everybody in the Delta filing, explaining to us what they are doing with their water rights, and that's allowed us to move on to QA/QC, and that's a lot of what I'll be talking about today. A lot of this is aimed at getting better data so that we know and understand and can transparently project to the community and to all water users and all water demands, including ecosystem demands, the current state of what we know about water use in the Delta. And then, on top of all of that, to look over the horizon and understand and be prepared for what it's going to mean as these problems all become exacerbated by climate change. But one of the things that we know is that in drought, it's real-time insight that makes a difference. It's what you know today about what's happening in the system that impacts what farmers do, what the export operators do, what the risks to the ecosystem are, and what the regulatory response in times of shortage should be. So we try to really focus on and project the ways in which we're going to get real-time information as we're managing through shortage in the future, and recognizing here that the models that we're developing and the information that we've got is not as dynamic as what actually happens in times of shortage and what actually happens in the Delta. So again, adaptive management and a fair amount of humility going forward to work with these communities to manage uncertain, dynamic, rapidly changing situations that are going to become more challenging as climate change unfolds. So one of the tools we were given by the legislature was the SB 88, the requirement to measure the diversions in the Delta. And I've gone a little bit further in this slide than I have in the past, saying that accurately measuring every diversion in the Delta, I believe, is a fool's errand. I just don't think we can get there. And I don't think it's the right direction to continue to pursue exclusively. Now, that doesn't mean I'm ignoring the legislative direction or the regulations that the Water Board adopted in order to implement SB 88. But we have developed, as I've talked about before, this Delta Measurement Experimentation Consortium. We've learned a lot. We've figured out a lot of the really gnarly problems associated with the large number, the great variability, the impacts of changing tidal impacts, changing water demands, land uses, et cetera. And one of the problems is that when diversion measurement is pushed down to the managers and controllers of a couple of thousand diversions in the Delta, the maintenance issues, the just keeping up with that system is an incredible burden, and there is no practical way to test the accuracy of the data that we get. Even if everybody tries as hard as they can, works conscientiously, the information comes in way late, most of it a year, the middle of the next irrigation season, so way out of time step with management of shortage in the Delta, and with a very low level of confidence in its accuracy to allow us to make well-informed decisions, even if they're a year out of date. So the alternative that we've talked about here before is an alternative that uses the emerging technology, satellite imaging, to get more consistent, more accurate, real-time information that we can use to manage in the breach. So early last month, I, along with a couple of other representatives of the Water Board, were at a 2-day roll-up-your-sleeves workshop on this tool, which is called OpenET. As I've said in the past, it takes the science of satellite imaging to measure ET of crops in the Delta and throughout California, and throughout the West for that matter, out of the scientific literature and puts it on your cell phone, makes it available, makes it more transparent. So at this 2-day workshop, one of the highlights for me was the demonstration of what's called the minimum viable product coming out of this process. And I had high expectations going in. I had had some contribution to it, but I knew that my colleagues had done a great deal more. And NASA Ames, as well as the Desert Research Institute, and lots of academic and application development work had gone into it. So my expectations were high, and I am very pleased to report that my expectations were significantly exceeded. So far exceeded, in fact, that I asked the people who demonstrated the minimum viable product to come to our consortium meeting, which was held here in Sacramento on October 24th, and to do it again, but with a real challenge, because I said, come in, we'll set it up in the room, but you're not going to know what people are going to ask this tool to do. So set it up so that you're pulling the data out of the cloud, and then listen to what the consortium, the most knowledgeable people about the challenges of measuring ET in the Delta, see how you can respond to them asking you to put the product through its paces. And the picture here is of Staten Island. This is just one relatively small and in very good shape siphon with a lot of equipment on it, some of which, sadly, since this picture is taken, have been vandalized. Among the problems that we deal with in the Delta. That's waterside. It's accessible to anybody who's got a boat. But in any case, one of the project managers on Staten Island in the course of this demonstration said, well, first let's move your tool to Staten Island. So they went there and he said, okay, and look a little bit further north on the island, and then focus on that part of the island that looks a little less bright in terms of how green it looks from your satellite. Focus in on that and show us the 4 years of data. And the 4 years of data came up in real time, showing 3 years of a typical curve showing an alfalfa field. So water goes up during the summer, comes down after the summer season. After the cutting periods, it showed little variations, which showed the actual cuts over those 4 years. And then in the 4th year of the demonstration, it kind of flatlined. And the manager said, yep, that's right. We took out alfalfa. We fallowed that field this year. And what you're showing is water use on a high water table with no crop in the picture. So I'm excited about this tool. We're going to get a beta version of this to test ourselves. I look forward to maybe in March or April actually doing a live demonstration here for you. But that's the kind of progress I think we're making. I believe that we are going to be in a position where we can get much more actionable, accurate, high quality, consistent data through this tool than through pursuing essentially the fool's errand. But how do I get there without just ignoring the law or ignoring the regulations? Actually, council has advised me that, number one, we have to demonstrate that strict compliance with the plus or minus 10% measurement is impossible. And then to pursue this as an alternative plan of compliance to get as close as possible. The regulation actually allows that to happen, and I propose to the Water Board that we do this as a demonstration in the Delta. It's clearly going to be taken beyond the Delta, but that's where we're going to do this experimentation. So that's that initiative. Anybody want to stop me there and ask questions before I keep rumbling on? Okay. So Term 91, we are working with our partners in the Division of Water Right and with the state and federal projects to tone up and improve the administration of Term 91. And just to remind you, Term 91 is a term that the Water Board has put in every license that's been granted since 1965. So relatively junior in the scheme of things. And there are only a few of these actually in the Delta because most water rights and most licenses predate 1965. Nonetheless, this was put into place to protect the projects when two things happen. Number one, when the Delta comes into what's called balance condition, where there's just enough inflow and outflow to keep the Delta fresh, to keep the water quality in balanced. And when that happens, very often, in order to keep it in balance, particularly as we get into drier summer, the way to keep it in balance is that the projects are required under their licenses to release more water from storage that they have stored legally prior to that, so as to allow that water to come down to the Delta and to maintain that delicate balance. And so Term 91 actually protects that water from being picked off on its way to keeping the Delta in balance. So it's a complicated process, and we try through the publication of the graph that you see there to keep ourselves and the projects and other water users, and importantly people who have Term 91 in their license, apprised of where conditions are. So basically in that slide that's got a lot of information on it, if you're above the line in the blue part, you're okay. You're not in danger of Term 91. If you go below that line, that's the circumstance where the projects are managing to that balance condition, and it's where they deserve the protection from junior appropriations. Now, this slide the version you have here was updated only in June. After that period of time, we went into trigger conditions, but the projects never asked us to invoke the protection. Why? Well, it's a combination of things. Number one, there was a lot of water in the system at the time. There was the need that was pretty well recognized for releasing that water for lots of different reasons besides maintaining balance in the delta, and therefore the projects on their own volition decided not to seek the protection of Term 91. However, as we were looking at it, we said, kind of how can that be? And one of the things that came out of that is there have been a lot of turnover in personnel at the State Water Board, in the Office of the Delta Water Master, as well as at the projects, such that everybody wasn't on the same page in terms of when and how to implement it. Therefore, we decided proactively among those groups, the Division of Water Rights, the Office of Delta Water Master, and the two projects, that we should tone up this process and use it as, again, kind of a pilot to put this information, to essentially automate it, make it available to everybody on a real-time basis with the ability to just look at a graph like that, but to the extent that you wanted to drill down to the gnat's eyelash of the data behind it. And that's the project that we're working on right now, with the clear intention of doing this with other Water Rights Administration provisions. So that's an ongoing initiative that we're involved with right now that I think our objective is, before we get to trigger conditions, next spring or summer, hopefully it's later, that'll mean it's a wetter year, but whenever it happens, when next these trigger conditions come to bear, we expect to have this toned up, and you'll be able to see a graph like this that'll be updated at midnight every night, so you'll be able to see on an ongoing basis when we're approaching these conditions, and therefore when Term 91 may be triggered. And importantly, this is a template for doing other kinds of real-time data analysis to support priority determinations in times of shortage. The next thing that I want to do is to continue this spotlight on the accelerated deterioration in the southern delta. And this picture shows what happens when sediment builds up in delta channels, particularly in the southern part of the delta, because we've got flows significant enough in the northern part of the delta, in the Sacramento River, to move that sediment through the system. And I know John talked this morning about sediment being stuck in the delta, and that's clearly what's happening here. But the bigger issue is that a lot of that sediment is stuck behind dams higher up in the system. This is a sediment-starved estuary, and yet we've got, shall we say, the misplacement of too much sediment in certain places. And what happens is that you occlude the carrying capacity of those southern delta channels. The water gets shallower, so it gets warmer, so you have more risk of HABs, so you've got lower dissolved oxygen, so you have a more hospitable environment for invasive weeds. In other words, lots of bad things happening. And so one of the questions, Oscar, that your comment this morning triggered in me is, if we've got parts of the delta that are sediment starved and parts of the delta that are, shall we say, sediment rich, what can we do to ameliorate that balance? Well, it's pretty hard, because the biggest problem with sediment is transport. It's expensive to do it other than through Mother Nature. The best way to move sediment is to have flowing rivers, streams, and channels. And once you get to this circumstance, your options are very much more expensive and very much more limited to move this anywhere. The only practical place for this sediment to go is on the land side of the levee, in close proximity to where it is. But doing that improves channel capacity to move sediment naturally and better through the system. So this is being looked at in lots of different places, but the CSAMP process focuses primarily on ESA issues. The DPIC, moving very strongly toward consistent funding of Delta Science and the enterprise to connect better with management questions. And at the end of that DPIC process is where, it's not the end of it, at the last iteration of that DPIC process where the question was, and what next? How to improve the correlation between management questions and science. I raised this as one of the issues that the science enterprise needs to consider more than it has in the past. And we're also looking at this at the state board in this water quality control planning update process, which is now moving into next round where we're trying to figure out how to correlate voluntary agreements with the biological opinions and the requirements of the Port of Cologne Water Quality Control Act. And all of that, and this is the part of looking over the horizon, comes, as we used to say in Minnesota, it's where the cheese comes to bind. It's time to figure out what we're going to do about climate change. And so we are all in the Office of the Delta Water Master, as well as in the Water Board, with the Stewardship Council's Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment Adaptation Strategy project, because we believe that that's where these gnarly, complex issues need to get worked out so that all of us, all the DPIC member agencies, all the individuals within the Delta, the water users in the entire watershed, which is the state of California, need to have a common understanding from which we can all draw to make informed decisions about how to deal with that wolf that's knocking on the door. So those are initiatives that I'm kind of giving you an update on that we've talked about before. But they all go to the fact that the Delta is not a black box. It's a complex system. And treating it on a mass balance basis, where it's water in and water out, misses that complexity that exists within that black box. And one of the things that we've got to do in the science enterprise, in the vulnerability assessment adaptation strategy process, is to recognize that the Delta is not a uniform area. It's 750,000 acres. A lot of people, it's like the size of the state of Rhode Island. It's hard to get consensus on big things in the Delta. So we're really trying to work to get consensus in smaller areas, in neighborhood areas, to figure out where there are voluntary agreements available there with multi-benefits that local people can get involved in and support and help to make improvements, not just in the black box that we tend to think of from a regulatory standpoint, but much more granular, much smaller, much more on the ground. And Tom Zuckerman has been very helpful in terms of making suggestions about how to get more local participation in some of these projects and actually helping to lead on some of those, like the Paradise Cut and some things that are going on near Ocampo and other things that are going on in other parts of the Delta. I also think this is a great connection with what Campbell talked about today about the specific issue of the deeply subsided Western Islands. It's a different problem than the problem, let's say, of occlusion of channels in the South Delta. But it is a problem that is localized, and it's probably going to fall into the laps of the state. Number one, the state is a big owner already. Number two, there is at least a substantial risk that some of those areas will not be able to be farmed profitably and may be either abandoned or the keys tossed. And that's a real risk. We've seen that happen in the Sassoon Marsh, where the state, almost by default, has become the largest landowner and has not been funded to manage that land mass. The only viable strategy today for managing the land mass in the Delta is farming. And if we lose that in certain parts of the Delta, we're going to have to come up with alternative plans. So I really want to emphasize in all of this that as we look forward to the impacts of climate change, we've got to look very much granularly, locally at the different situations in the Delta, because we could have not a single catastrophic failure, but a continuing cascade of smaller failures that substantially reduce the ecosystem services that we can get from the Delta, as well as the water supply and habitat benefits that are there. So there's a lot at risk, and it's complicated at a local level. So now I want to move on to the new initiative that we're involved with, which is an investigation of the water rights system on Holland Tract. And the map there shows you where in the Delta Holland Tract is, and I want to take just a moment to say why we have picked Holland Tract as a pilot. And part of that is what it's not, or where it's not. So first of all, it's not in the North Delta. So it doesn't have the security blanket provision of a water supply and water quality contract with the Department of Water Resources. So we look at the North Delta differently in terms of water rights. Frankly, we don't spend much time trying to take apart, understand, untangle water rights in the North Delta, because at the end of the day, to the extent that there are inadequate water rights, the water supply contract kind of is a security blanket around that. So it doesn't make, there's not as much benefit to going into detail in the North Delta. Holland Tract is also not in the Central Delta. In the Central Delta, we have a very effective partnership with not only the Central Delta Water Agency, but we've got a specific island, McDonald Island, which is in a very cooperative way, a different way than what we're talking about on Holland Tract, of sorting out water rights and how water is actually used on that island. And so we're focused on that partnership in that part of the Delta. And in the Southern Delta as well, we're working very closely with the Negley-Burke Irrigation District on, first of all, developing a water measurement mechanism that works for a large diversion down there, and other similar things where we've got different elevations for water use. So the Holland Tract isn't any of that. It's in Contra Costa. It's not in any of those places. One of the other reasons we chose it is for a Delta island, it's relatively simple. There are only 15 senior water right claims on Holland Tract, and there is a reclamation district, Reclamation District 2025, that is cooperative, has good management and so forth. So we think that this is an area where it will give us examples of a lot of the problems, a lot of the confusion and inconsistencies that we see in water management, water reporting, and therefore our water rights information system. Those exemplary issues are there, but they're on a more manageable basis. So we're working with the locals there to sort this out, but we're approaching it again to develop it as a protocol template to work through these issues in this specific place so that we can develop a template for action at other places that we can take from Holland Tract and move to other islands, particularly islands that are in unified management and control. So I anticipate that by a year from now, we will have completed this pilot project, and dare I say, risking my own credibility, that a year from now, we'll know every water right on Holland Tract. We'll know the priority of every water right on Holland Tract. We'll know the point of diversion for every water right on Holland Tract. We'll know the place of use, both regulatorily and physically, on Holland Tract. And I think we can accomplish that. And if we do, when we do, we will have learned a lot to take that template for understanding to other places. How are we going to do that? Part of this pilot is to take all of that data and georeference it. So putting it into a GIS database that will be readable by anybody who's got ArcGIS, or frankly, anybody who's got a smartphone. Because you'll be able to go in and click down through the various layers of a GIS map and see all the information that we've collected. We've QA/QC'd, we've verified ground truth, and you'll be able to look at it, and that's where we're going for other parts of the Delta and ultimately for other parts of the state. We're doing this in conjunction with colleagues in the Division of Water Rights, and we are doing this in conjunction with the petition that's been filed with the State Board for the adjudication of a section of the Fresno River. So we're going to do the same thing in that critical section of the Fresno River as we're going to do on Holland Tract. Ultimately, the idea is that all of this is going to be able to be put into a common georeference database throughout the state of California. So that's the next initiative that we're involved with, and I appreciate your patience as kind of the last part of the party here, but I'm happy to answer any questions. So, number one, it is to untangle what's going on in Holland Tract. So, for instance, Holland Tract was formed in 1918. They filed a request, an application for a license with the Water Commission at the time. That went through a process of evaluation, inspection, et cetera, went to a permit, and then ultimately in about 1935 resulted in the grant of a license with a priority date of July of 1922. So that's one water right there. Then, as I say, there are about 15 other claims of water rights, riparian, pre-1914, on that island. And what we have discovered is that, first of all, there are a lot of errors, inconsistencies between what clearly happened on the ground and what is reflected in our paper files. That's kind of expected. That's a long time ago. People were getting used to what was happening, but those differences have compounded over time. So we're trying to create an accurate database as compared to the partly paper files and partly electronic files since 2008, which are replete with a lot of inconsistent and inaccurate information. So we're trying to straighten all that out. Secondly, we're trying to make it accessible so that in relatively real time, people can know what the water rights are and what their priorities are, because priority is key in times of shortage. Mm-hmm. Who gets curtailed when there isn't enough water in the system? Well, I can tell you, if we have another drought like we had in 12 to 16, a 1922 water right is going to be curtailed. It was curtailed. This particular license was curtailed in 2014. It was curtailed again in 2015. And the question is, then, what's the next priority? What are the water rights? How do you determine that? We didn't know in 2015, 2016. I will tell you, we didn't even know enough to send requests for information to many of those water right holders on Holland Tract. And when we did send it, not all of them responded. And those who responded didn't always respond with accurate information. So what we're trying to do is drill down, develop a protocol for how you do that, and then putting it in an accessible format that mere mortals can make sense of.
And you can apply this to other islands, is that the idea?
And then take this to other islands. And we've got, there'll be a priority. You want to start, with the 80-20 rule. Go to places where you've got unified ownership that's got significant interest in getting to the bottom of their water rights and interest in having their priorities recognized, et cetera. So, yeah, over time, in my successor's experience, I'm sure this will be done for every island in the Delta.
Quickly, because I know some of us have to catch flights, but do you expect a lot of litigation, a little bit, or none at all?
I'm a lawyer. I always expect lots of litigation and do my damnedest to prevent it.
Well, I mean, I imagine just sorting out priorities like this, I mean, it would just be, who's ever on the losing side, right? I mean...
Yes, although I think we have a pretty uniform cooperation from everybody on Holland Tract. I think the concerns may be outside of Holland Tract, where they think, oh, if you do it here, that could have different implications for us somewhere else. But I do not think that we'll have litigation on Holland Tract. I think we'll have a high degree of cooperation. I think we're going to do this on a very transparent basis. The information is going to be available. We'll ask for corrections to our process and protocol as we go along. And, we're not anticipating either the ability or the need to be at all high-handed about this. I think what we're trying to do is figure out what's really going on. And I think mostly in the Delta, we're going to have a high degree of cooperation.
Great. No further questions? Well, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
So, public comment.
Just really briefly, I really commend the kind of work that's being done because it's very important for the next drought. I do have concern. I was stunned to find out that the State Water Project has no flow meters for the pumps at Banks. They estimate based on when they turn the pumps off, on and off. And so at some point I would really like to see some work done to see if those estimates are accurate, because we know that in the last drought there was missing water and we don't know what was going on. But it may be part of the puzzle. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Deirdre. Any public comment on any other topics before the council? No. Seeing none, I'll announce our next council meeting is December 19 at Park Tower Plaza, 989th Street, and the meeting is adjourned.